Yeehaw!
Yeehaw!
Rabba, rabba, rabba.
How are you doing tonight,
lot.
everyone? Yeah, we ready to play some Cowboys? Yeah.
I'm so ready to play Cowboys tonight.
Oh god.
All right. And welcome to all you lovely viewers out there tonight. I'm happy to see you on this Thursday. And welcome to Gut Punch RP, a tabletop role-playing game stream channel focused on inclusivity in gaming spaces and charity. We're super quickly coming up on a year, and it's freaking awesome that you guys are hanging out with us. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Let me do my little spiel first, and then we'll come back to it. You can type !donate into the chat to get a link to our ongoing Tiltify event for that benefits I Need Diverse Games. They're a super cool group of folks, and if you want to learn more about them, then type !charity, and you can hear about all the cool stuff they do. Each month, we also give away prizes to random donors of that Tiltify event, so we do recommend you donate every month so you can get some more chances to win, if you're able to. If you're not, totally okay. And just so you're aware, because this is a charity channel, all of the money that comes in from things like bits and subs goes back into our channel just for our expenses so that we can keep buying you guys awesome prizes and using the various services that we need to run everything. We are sponsored by tabletoploot.com. You can type !tabletoploot into the link. They sell a lot of cool stuff like dice trays, and mostly TTRPG stuff. And be sure to use the code GUTPUNCHRP to save 15% off at checkout. And at the break, we're going to be giving away a $10 code. So all you have to do is to be here and put in a keyword that we'll announce right before the break, and you'll be entered to win. If you're not able to donate to the charity, that's totally fine. If you can, please support us in non-monetary ways, like following us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Doing things like liking videos, liking tweets, retweeting tweets, interacting with us, just chatting with us, actually super does help the channel, and we really appreciate you guys doing it. And if this is your first time on the channel, welcome! It's good to see you! We hope you stay here forever, and that you never leave. We love you very much. You have joined us for this ongoing Fantasy Wild West campaign that uses the D&D 5e system. We play on alternating Thursdays, which means that our next game is going to be on, today is September 23rd, so our next game is going to be October 7th. And then the game after that will be October 21st. So, as you guys can probably tell, our lovely Shield Maiden is on vacation today. We will miss her dearly. She will be back very soon. And now that all that's out of the way, shall we do a recap?
Recap.
Nothing happened. It's fine.
Nothing. It's fine.
Nothing happened at all. No chaos. No nothing.
We went to church and we're good Cowboys. That's it.
Yeah.
Take me to church. What?
Nikolai where?
Goodness.
That's it. That's the recap. No. So the party, investigating some strange occurrences in Blackriver, decided to enter into the Badlands and see what they could find, track some ghoul tracks, see what's going on. After a couple of hours, they came upon a strange, mysterious town that didn't show any signs of life and was missing a few pieces. In the middle of town, they ran into Nikolai, a drow woman who they've seen a couple of times now, but still don't know very much about. But she did tell them that the town had not been there before, that it was a new feature in this part of the Badlands, and that she was suspicious of how it had gotten there or what had happened to the townfolk. She also helped our party defeat a bunch of ghouls that crawled their way out of the buildings in the town, and then, when there started to be a few too many, she teleported everybody back to downtown Blackriver. She took her leave, and then the party reported into the sheriff, and then they opted to drop by the general store to pick up some supplies and met some lovely owl folk, Nora and Lottie, who they maybe confused extensively, but did find out some names, some leads for future investigation regarding the mysterious town in the desert. After taking their leave of Nora and Lottie, a few objects the richer and with a few custom orders put in, they decided to go see Vance, for better or worse. Mal, who lives up at the church, led the way, they waved hello to a couple of ruffians at the gate, maybe confused them as well. This is becoming a pattern. Made their way up to Vance's office and asked for a bit of a favor. Unfortunately, Claire's temper got the better of her, and she decided she was going to scuffle with the local crime boss, because nothing can possibly go wrong with that. After showing them exactly why he is a man who should not be trifled with, Vance gave the party the barest of info to go on and pretty much kicked them out. So that's where we find ourselves. Everybody a little bit, well, I don't know, let's find out. Let's start with Claire. What do you do after you leave his office?
I would make it as fast as I possibly can to anywhere that there are beings that are, what is the name for carousing? Do I see anyone who happens to be holding a bottle of whiskey or have a bottle of whiskey nearby?
Well, so you are going to pass through the main area of the church, and on your way in, you notice that there were a number of Vance's goons kind of sitting around, like playing cards, having a drink. I won't say that they're being super, super rowdy. It's pretty early in the evening, but yeah, there are probably a couple bottles out.
Claire would grab the nearest bottle that she can, regardless of where it is, and start downing it.
I think the people sitting at the table are all kind of like, hey, like, maybe a little impressed, yeah.
And what are you gonna do about it?
Listen here, miss. You're just gonna come over here and start drinking our liquor?
No, I'm gonna do more than that, and I'm gonna throw the bottle against the wall.
Can I catch up with her?
Yeah, so Amity, you did leave pretty quickly after Claire. Yeah. I think everybody in the room has kind of abruptly gotten to their feet and like reached for a weapon at this point, because it kind of feels like something's about to happen. But you are coming down the stairs.
Yeah, I mean, I would just probably like storm past Claire and grab her wrists like you do with like a unruly child at the supermarket.
Hey, what do you, what the?
I would start walking, and if she didn't, is she gonna come with if I start walking with confidence? Decision making.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then I would just like walk out of the church, down the lane a little bit, past the front guards, like a far enough distance away, where we couldn't be heard, maybe like 10 yards.
All right. So there's absolutely tension in the room. Every single person in that room was like ready, like to go. Yeah. But they do hold and watch you lead Claire out. And they're not going to chase you or anything. You do, both of you, if you're paying attention, and I don't know how much you are, will notice that Samuel is leaning against the outside of the church when you leave, but he just kind of watches you go and like nods if you make eye contact. He doesn't interact with you. So you can absolutely leave the churchyard and head down the hill as much as you'd like.
Once we get out of earshot of the guards, I would definitely like yank her around towards me and be like, you know, you could have gotten us all killed. I know you don't think, but like, that's an obvious one.
Did not consider that at the time. No.
You just don't consider anything. That I would kind of like look away and just like hiss something and, you know, infernal swearing. And then come back and be like, what'd he say that got you so upset?
He referenced the folks who put me in the kind of way that you found me.
Is that all you're gonna tell me? He seemed to know a lot. I'd like to know something.
Let's just say that I don't think they'd be too kind knowing that I'm of the living persuasion.
And you don't think I should know that I'm living with a dead woman?
Well, if you don't want that, then I suppose I can move on.
At no point would I have let go of her wrist, and I would like... The grip would be getting like a little uncomfortably tight. And I would just say, you don't have to, but I do wish you'd let someone help you. Anyone.
It usually doesn't turn out too well when I do.
Maybe one time it will. Just let go of her wrist.
Kind of turn away, and we came in on our horses, right? Or did we walk from...
I believe only Mal brought Montero back, and I believe the rest of you left your horses down at the saloon.
Then I think Claire would probably just kind of sit down on the ground and wait to see if the others come.
All right, what are the rest of you guys up to?
Mal was the last one out of Vance's office?
I believe so.
So, well, Willow, you'd be ahead of me. We both probably saw that bottle hit the wall. You're muted.
Well, we were in there for a few more seconds or minutes, exchanging a few more lines. So we probably would have heard it, though, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you most likely would have heard the bottle smash and been like, oh, like as you were leaving. Yeah.
Yeah. So Willow would have started, like, kind of keeping it cool. The minute heard the bottle was like, nope, and like quicken pace of like, do we need to help or do we need to intervene? And would have quickly gone down the stairs and out the door.
All right. Mal probably would have tried to catch up with you as fast as possible. Do I recognize anybody in this room?
They are the typical faces that you would see coming and going. Yes, they're people you've probably seen. Maybe some of them you've talked to. You know whether or not you're close to anyone, but...
Do you know, would I know the person whose bottle got broken, or who seems to be the most concerned with it, or is no one cleaning it up?
Do you feel that Mal makes an effort to learn the names of the people in Vance's gang?
I feel like he learns people's names, but I don't think that they would regard him with any particular deference.
No, I don't think they would either. Let's say that the owner of the bottle was a halfling named Lewis, who you don't really know, but might sort of know in passing.
I would probably, on our way out, as we sort of quick pace and walk through, would go, "Here, go Lewis," and like hand him a silver, which I hope would cover the cost of whatever liquor was left in there.
It wasn't great liquor. It was pretty cheap. It might not cover the whole bottle, but like, yeah, he'll take it and kind of give you a not super friendly nod, but kind of like, yeah, right.
And I would just keep walking. I think Mal is just like, "Here you go." And then Willow, how far are you going?
Oh boy. She would have waited for you by the door, I guess. At least make sure you got out there okay. But especially since like now that there's not a secondary crime scene.
So while you guys were leaving, Sylvie, who I think was probably on a bit of a mission, was actually asked to the side by Samuel around the corner of the church. And she's happy to chat with him for a second. But whether or not you guys are chasing down Claire is up to you.
Would probably like grab at Willow's shoulder and stand next to her. Do we hear what the sheriff and Sylvia are talking about? Not to be nosy, just like, does it seem like they're having a private conversation?
Yes, it seems like a private conversation. He takes her out of earshot and like around the corner of the building, kind of.
Okay.
I think like once they got outside, and if they see Claire and Amity as well, if they notice them talking together, would have stopped as well and let them finish talking, and wouldn't approach until Claire went off in a separate direction.
No.
Claire didn't really go off. She just like sat down on the ground.
Okay.
She's like down the hill a bit though. Yeah, so those two are kind of... Is Amity just standing with her, kind of just waiting?
Yeah, I feel like I would have stayed standing, though, and maybe, like, put my hand on her shoulder.
So after a couple minutes, if you wait, Samuel will come back, but he comes back without Sylvie.
Okay. I feel like in the silence for a minute, Mal would have kind of folded his arms and looked at Willow and asked if she was okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I didn't get hit or threatened. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I didn't get hit or threatened. Well, not particularly.
I think she's okay, and she's gonna nod over towards Claire.
I don't know. More about her an awful lot, but
Yeah.
Amity's got her for now.
Yeah. She's gonna like kind of link her arm with Mal, like pretending like they didn't just come rushing out, and pretend to be like a little bit sophisticated.
Like pat her hand on his arm, and incline his head towards the sheriff as he approaches. If Willow has nothing to say.
Nope, she's just gonna take out her cards and kind of just like fan with her other hand. Like just pretending like they're not sitting around waiting at all. They're like
fashionably surveying the land.
Yes.
Um,
Strictly like everyone have their moment.
well, it seems you all caused a bit of a mess. I did
Well-
warn you to be polite to him.
It is a test every time for me to be polite to that man. However, patience is a virtue.
So they say. Well, you all kept your heads at least.
Where's Sylvie?
She's just doing me a favor. She'll be back
alright.
soon, don't worry about it.
All right. Did he tell you anything in particular? Vance, I mean. As you can see, we didn't really get, well, too far, but I'll have to go back.
Well, I don't know. What did you learn from him?
He looks at Willow like a little apprehensively, and then down at the bottom of the hill, and then back at Samuel.
He started chuckles. He's like, "Yeah, all right. I'm guessing just about nothing." He didn't have that much to say to me either, to be honest. He seems like he knows a lot about what you're all doing, what you're getting up to.
Knows a little bit too much for comfort.
I agree with you. I think he's got some kind of interest in it. More than he's telling any of us.
Not much as a parent.
He's a strategist, I guess. He pays attention to a lot of things, but he doesn't usually make moves without a reason.
Well, I
He
guess
must want you to succeed.
To what end, I don't know, but I gave him another favor.
You gotta be careful about that.
It's for Claire.
Is that a habit of yours, giving up a lot of yourself for other people?
Not particularly, Samuel. At least I didn't think so.
Well, I suppose you'll figure it out one way or another. Whether or not he calls on that favor.
Guess we'll find out.
You will.
You
How
think
you
so?
doing, Miss O'Neill?
Oh, not bad. How are you doing, Sheriff? Keeping yourself out of trouble?
Much as I can, I suppose.
Oh, that's a shame.
It was a halfway decent day until all this happened, but it is what it is.
Are you advocating for trouble, Miss O'Neill?
Oh, always.
You
She
seem a
is,
proper lady to me.
Bit of a
thank you.
troublemaker, isn't she?
Not in my recollection. She seemed perfectly kind.
Perfectly kind woman who tries to cheat Vance.
Oh, I
Hell of
never
a
said I was a
person.
smart woman.
I don't think it's stupidity. You don't strike me as a stupid woman.
Hmm.
But I think you're very good at getting people to think you are.
Don't you go telling all my secrets, Sheriff.
You're right, my apologies. And he'll sort of start walking towards the gate with you guys.
Follow with. Just because it would be something that she would have done. When he mentioned that Sylvie was doing him a favor, did it seem like he was being truthful for that?
Would you like to roll me an insight check?
I would, because Willow would be looking for it. Oh, that's a nat 1. I'm not even going to add my poor little modifier. Actually, I will.
Oh.
That's a 3.
Yeah. That absolutely 100%
Yeah.
seems like he's telling you the truth. Yeah.
This man is completely trustworthy, never tells a lie. This is very boring.
Yeah. So he'll walk with you guys in the general direction of Claire. It doesn't seem like there's anything super urgent about the situation now, so I don't think he's in a rush, but walking with purpose.
Does it seem like Claire doesn't want company? Like, Do Claire and Amity seem to have body language that would suggest their conversation is continuing or that they don't want to be interacted with? Because I feel like if they sort of have it handled, that he would kind of like back off and stand on the edge of the conversation, maybe? He's timid.
If they're not speaking, Willow will start stepping forward.
I feel like
Yeah, I feel like Claire is facing downhill still, right?
yeah, like
And sitting on the ground.
like probably finding flat rocks and just like tossing them.
Willow's
And
gonna let go. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, Amity would just be like standing up, probably like with like fingertips on Claire's shoulder and looking like up the hill, like she'd be seeing you guys come.
Willow's gonna let go of Malin, stride right up to Claire, pull out her cards, fan them out. But Claire, pick a card.
That one.
Queen of Hearts.
Throw another rock a little more purposefully.
All right, hold on, I messed that one up. You're supposed to guess. Try again. And she like takes that one and chucks it.
Disappear, or does it like fall on the ground?
Oh, it poofs. It disappears
Okay.
before it
Okay.
lands. Fans it back out. Are you gonna pick another?
That one.
Now you have to guess before I show you.
Is it I can't remember which is it Jack of Hearts?
Nope. 8 of clubs.
That's not much of a trick.
No.
It's not.
I mean, do you want to see a trick?
Like what why Yeah, I want to see a trick. What is this?
Okay. And she will fan him out again. Have you pick a card.
Okay, that one.
2 of clubs.
What's the trick? You just
Did you actually draw this?
I actually just drew it.
Jesus.
She's a
Um,
witch.
Sorry, Willow.
Uh-huh.
You draw the 2 of clubs, and you, I think, stare at it for a moment in surprise, would be my impression.
Yeah.
And you look up, and for the very briefest moment, you think you see a figure dressed in black standing at the bottom of the hill watching you. And then you blink, and they are gone.
Oh, joys. You know, that's the first time I've ever correctly guessed that. You are magic, Claire.
I seriously doubt that. There is not a damn thing magical about me.
I know, sometimes you punch something really, really hard and it doesn't move for a while, and that's pretty magical.
That is just physics and physiology.
Sounds magic to me.
I believe it is science.
Well, what if magic is just science we don't understand yet?
I mean,
That means you're a wizard because you understand the science and I don't.
I don't think that's how that works. But I can't argue against it.
That's how it works. You're a wizard.
I am fairly certain I am not a wizard.
She's gonna like hold out her hand and attempt to pull you up if you accept it. Not very well though. Come on. Let's go back to the end and play some card games or something. I'm bored.
Claire will just go. We'll kind of eye your hand, and we'll just stand like she's seated cross-legged, and then like she'll just adjust her feet and go straight into a standing position without the assistance of your hand.
She just casually pulls it back and kind of perks up and turns and starts walking down the road.
Quite a temper you've got on you, Miss Dawson.
You should see the other guy.
I haven't yet, but I'm sure he looks all right, to be honest.
She got him pretty good.
Did she?
You didn't hear it from me, Sheriff.
Good for you. Not a lot of folks can say that.
Claire is just gonna end up being quiet.
All right. Well, I wouldn't recommend it again, even if I am a little impressed. Hell, though, he does need to get taken down a peg once in a while, I guess. Usually, that's my job.
Maybe he shouldn't be so fast to threaten people.
It's a hobby of his. He likes to remind you that he's in charge or whatever.
That he thinks he's in charge.
Well, he often is. But if he's not, he figures he might as well pretend like he is. Maybe it'll work out. Or at least that's my impression. Still, alright. Are all you alright? Did he hurt any of you?
Probably not as much as he wanted.
No, probably not. If Claire allows it, he'll reach out and clap her on the shoulder. And she feels a lot better after he does. By which I mean you can heal yourself back to full hit point. Well, I guess I gotta do a better job of looking after all you. I shouldn't have sent you up to him.
Well, I live here after all. I gotta deal with him sometime. So
Yeah, well,
probably shouldn't have let all these nice people up to him if, well, we knew what kind of a mood he would be in, but that's what it's like to deal with people that are unpredictable, I guess.
I mean, getting punched in the face tends to put anyone in a mood.
To be fair, he said things that made me want to punch him in the face a lot more than I actually got to.
That's another specialty of his. You might do well to, I don't know, maybe learn to act a little less on impulse. Maybe it's not my place to say.
Probably not.
I'm
I
just glad
apologize.
you're safe, Miss Dawson.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
Well, that depends on all of you. The sun's gonna be setting in an hour or two. Did you have other things you needed to do, or?
The only things we could do were, well, talk to Vance and look up for that Marjorie's receipt.
Did we send those letters out, or was everything already shut down yesterday?
We're supposed to do it
Okay.
in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, the post office is probably closed. Well, I mean, I guess you're staying at the saloon, so it's not crazy to recommend going there every night. You could grab a drink, see if it makes you feel any better.
Amity, Claire, did you want to join us for drinks and cards? Or you guys want to maybe some dinner before you head back to the homestead?
If we're done with business, I would just whistle, and Buster the donkey would come, I don't know, donkeying over.
Yeah, Buster will try. I am guessing you left Buster untied.
Oh yeah, he's
Okay.
he's cool, man.
He's cool. He's cool. Yeah. So during this time, you guys have kind of just been walking down the hill, chatting, and so it's not a big deal for Buster to just kind of trot up to meet you with the big ears, kind of flicking, you know.
I think I'll maybe see you all in the morning, unless we have company business. Kind of side eyes the sheriff.
I'm happy to take my leave. You don't have to hang out with your employer.
I would look back and forth at, Mel and Willow.
I'm happy to have
couple-
a drink if anybody else is, but otherwise, I did leave Montero at home.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
so bad walking up and down the hill, is it?
No, it's not terrible. Claire, if Amity's heading out, are you going with her?
Well, I would need to get Lucky, but because if we did not bring the horses, Lucky is tied up.
You are at this point, like, it's very reasonable that you would be close to the bottom of the hill, like pretty close to downtown. It wouldn't be a big deal for you to just kind of walk with them to the saloon and like pick up the horse.
I think I'm probably gonna call it a night.
All right. Well, if that's the go, then I might as well head home as well. I'll see you all in the morning. Bright and early. Well, Willow, if you're going to be up bright and early.
Why are we calling early?
The sun is in the sky early.
Oh.
Wake up with all God's creatures.
I will have send someone up to knock on my door and meet you guys all downstairs early in the morning.
All right. That all right with you too?
Fine by me.
Yeah, I wake up early.
All right.
I think your friend Sylvie might be laying low for a day or two. You might not see her, but she'll be back.
All right, Sheriff.
Gonna get her killed, are you?
I'd ideally like to do the opposite.
Is she in trouble, Sheriff?
She's scrappy. She wouldn't go down without a fight.
No, it's no trouble. I promise she's just doing me a favor.
All right. In that case, I'll turn tail. God bless y'all. Stay out of trouble for the night, okay?
You're right, heading back there tonight, Mel? You don't want to grab a room at the inn and...
No, I'm a creature of habit. I would much rather be home.
Okay.
I think he kind of waits for everybody to leave.
Willow will head into the inn. Or, yeah, inn. Tavern. Saloon.
Saloon, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Sam will kind
That's where
of
she's going.
tip his hat and bid everyone a good night. Stay safe, all of you. Thank you for the work you've done so far. I know it's a bit.
We're getting through it.
I certainly hope so. Have a good night. He will
Amity?
take his...
I
Yes,
grab
creature.
something for you while I was at home, but there wasn't a good time. And out of the inside of his breast pocket, he pulls like 2 little pods that are like pieces of a succulent that have been dried and that have 2 little root like shoots out of them, and hands them to you.
Amity would take them and like try and kind of not let on, but like definitely like smile a little.
Okay.
Be like, it's mighty thoughtful of you. Thank you, preacher.
Next time, hopefully there's garden space that's not interrupted by guards or prostitutes or lack thereof. Anyway, you have a good night.
Night. And then under my breath, I would just, lack of prostitutes?
You all pretended to be prostitutes.
Yeah, we did that.
You did.
Oh my god.
I didn't.
Okay, alright, yeah.
The whole party goes,
Shit. We did that
did that,
sober.
Locked it up.
Is Claire on her horse?
She would be probably while you were having that conversation, be untying her horse and getting up on it. Maybe grabbing her harmonica out of her bag.
Okay. I think Mal would come over to say goodbye and touch Lucky's haunches and just sort of pat him twice and look up at you and go, and nod, just kind of wordlessly.
She nods back.
I think he presses his lips together in a straight line.
Preacher, are you trying to take my confession?
If that's something that you need, I'm happy to do it for you.
It's not my confession you probably need to take.
You think I ought to talk to Vance for you?
I don't give a damn what that man thinks about me.
I don't think you should. And you don't owe me nothing, neither.
Why would I owe you something?
No reason, Claire.
She'll hop down off the horse and step up to you. Why would I owe you something?
I think he gets real quiet under his breath a little bit. Vance in that room said that you might owe me something for making sure that he didn't kill you. And I don't intend to make anyone ever owe me for making sure their lives are safe.
Why would
I do
he
think
think
he could.
that I would owe you?
Because he, in particular, thinks that it's fun when people have tallies over each other. But I'm here telling you, you don't have anything to, well, owe me, and that we have no tally unless you would like there to be one. I'm sorry for the imposition.
I'm gonna ask this one more time, preacher. And I hope that it is the last time that I have to ask it. Why would he think that I would owe you when my beef was with him?
Because I stopped him from killing you, Miss Dawson. And I mean that in the very mortal sense.
Player Jessica apologizes I wasn't in the room during that conversation, correct?
Yes, you were.
Or okay.
You're struggling.
Oh, that's
I
right.
believe
Okay,
yes.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
that's.
But were
I
you
apologize.
listening?
Probably
Yeah, you
not.
might not be listening.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
that's. We'll
You
play
might
it
not
as
be
that.
listening.
We'll play
Yeah,
it as
okay.
that. He's right, you should probably just not take on other people's burdens.
Well, I'm not the one that's looking for favors the way that Vance is. Election to help people is not always burdensome. There is such a thing as looking after something meaning something. Being something good in your life.
You like to garden a lot, don't you, preacher?
I think he looks a little confused. But ultimately deflates a little bit and nods.
Try as you might. The flora and the fauna that you tend to will always die. And then she will turn, jump back on her horse, and start to ride away.
Just exaggerated eye roll from Amity that I try and make sure that the preacher catches and just hop on the donkey.
Oof. Okay.
Does he do anything?
No. I think he stands there for a minute and watches everyone walk, out into their, respective homes. That was metal, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, Mal just stands there as Amity and Claire ride off towards, I'm guessing, Amity's homestead. Headed through the downtown, passing the general store, the post office, the sheriff's office, the brothel, everything you guys have already known. And he just stands there and is like,
I have one thing that I think that he would do. After everybody leaves, after that long moment, and the crickets starting to come back out, and the, sun finally dipping up below the horizon, I think he'd probably go to the graveyard.
all right. So Mal heads back up the hill, I think. Sounds like maybe he takes a bit of a stroll for himself. I'm guessing nods hello to the new rotation of guards at the gate. There's always someone there just checking who's coming and going. And makes his way back to the graveyard, which is a place he's familiar with. It's right next to his garden. It's been there a very long time. Some of the tombstones are pretty old. They say names that you've heard in town. Family members, brothers, sisters, that kind of stuff. Parents. So what does he do?
Out of curiosity, this is a separate question. Does he see any grave that says Crane on it?
Yes. So there is a single headstone that says crane on it that seems to be pretty new, probably 10, 15 years old.
Okay, I think he's just gonna bookmark where it is. And walk all the way to the end of the graveyard. Probably about 200 yards away, and come upon a single wooden cross. And kind of kneel there in the dirt. And sit there for a minute. And, I think he's gonna cast light so that there's a single, like, glowing gold orb that sits on top of the cross. And after he's done praying for a little while, I think leave it there and get back up and go to bed. I don't think he says anything in particular. I think he just sits there for a while.
Go ahead and roll me a wisdom check.
Oh, good. Just straight wisdom.
You can add your modifier.
9.
Okay. It's a pretty nice night. There are a couple of clouds in the sky, but you can see the Milky Way and a lot of stars stretching out over your head. And yeah, you take your time, you pray. You spend as much time as you want on this grave before you head home.
Hey.
So, Willow, are you going directly to bed? What is your plan?
If there's anyone downstairs, she would have played cards for a little bit, but definitely not anything serious. Just playful, nonchalant, couple gold.
So, on your way, I'm guessing you probably kind of stuck around to watch everybody part ways.
Yeah.
But as you're just about to put your hand on the door into the saloon, you look back at the street and you think maybe you saw a figure dressed all in black watching you. And then you blink and kind of shake your head and there's no one there.
And I cast Mage Armor, even though it's already up.
Okay.
And can she call the 2 of clovers to her hand? Just that one? Or does it not come?
What is you're a wisdom caster, right?
I am a charisma caster.
Oh, charisma caster. I should have known that. Roll me a charisma check. You can add your modifier.
10.
You try to summon the 2 of clubs, and a card sort of starts to materialize in your hand, and then sort of it feels a little off, and you look at it, and it's a 3 of clubs.
Glancing around, do you see anything?
Nope, nothing unusual. There are maybe a couple town folk kind of headed home. It's not completely 100% dead, but there's really nothing of note.
She's kind of like try and collect herself a little bit and kind of put on a smile and head inside the door and go cause a friendly ruckus and then head to bed.
They're kind of the typical array. A couple of Vance's folks, a couple of town folk kind of just... It's rowdy, but not in a crazy way. I mean, Steep tends to make sure that folks aren't causing any real harm to each other or the establishment. There is a woman that you've never seen sitting at the end of the bar who is a very tall half-orc woman with a black braid down the back of her head and shoulders. who looks well equipped and like her gear has seen use. But she's just drinking alone. And you're welcome to play cards with the locals and stuff like that if you'd like to.
We will try to start a friendly game with Vance's men, purposefully lose, and just try and get the gossip on what they're hearing on their end of things.
Yeah, all right. So they're a couple drinks in, they're real happy to take your money. Given that you were literally just up at the church,
Yeah. Not sure how fast the gossip travels around here, or if they even heard anything, but
so at first they definitely are not aware of what has happened. And then one of their buddies like kind of shows up a couple rounds in and comes in and he's like, have you guys heard? What the hell? There were a bunch of new folks up at the church today and they went up into Vance's office and something happened and then they came out and they were all angry as hell and one of them threw a bottle at the wall. Something's going on. And then he like points at Willow and is like, wait, you were there. What the hell what happened?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Oh, but you were up there, right?
Oh, it was, I don't have the air for the business talk. I'm really just there to look pretty, but you don't think Vance is super pissed? Like, he hasn't sent anyone else after us, right?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen him. He hasn't come down.
Oh.
Which actually is probably usually kind of a bad thing, actually, but...
Yeah, that's not good. Usually,
I mean, he lives up there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Plus, sometimes he's not even there. I mean, you've seen that woman who can, like, teleport around, right?
Yeah.
So...
That's a really handy way to get around.
Yeah, you bet it is.
She will invite him over to play with them and lose a couple more rounds. Make some friends. Get the gossip.
Yeah, so they're all like, Willow is easy to win against, good looking, friendly, like they're super happy to play with her and like win a little money and like talk to this lovely lady, like if she doesn't try to win any of it back at any point, then let's say you lose 5 gold.
That's fair.
But they like you. You now have a couple of buddies in Vance's gang.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. She will head up to the bar after that, get a drink, say hi to Steve, and then probably head up to bed.
Sure. All right. You already have a key, so. Yeah. All right. Claire and Amity, is there anything you'd like to do on your way home or once you get home?
I mean, I feel like we'd mostly ride in silence because, it's like the desert and it's got desert sounds and it's pretty and stuff.
There's a roadrunner that runs across the path.
Meet.
Ice knife.
Really?
No.
Okay, so I was like, listen, if you want to hunt, like, hey, fine, but...
Hey, that's dinner.
Well, they're real skinny.
They're not good eating, I'll tell you.
It'll make a fine stew.
Wile E. Coyote had it wrong, man.
It's really committed. Yeah, no, but it's at some point I would just kind of be like, I know he's real annoying, but why do you pick on that boy like that?
You talking about the preacher?
Yes.
Well, it started out just that it was fun to get a reaction from him.
Well, yeah, that's very true.
But I don't know. He keeps trying to know things, and it feels a bit like he has a bit of a savior complex, and I didn't ask to be saved. My soul is fine where it is. Don't listen. The religious sorts don't usually take kind to traveling performers and whatnot, or people of my ilk. So just haven't had too many good experiences with religious folk.
Sure can understand that as someone who's also not had much good with them. He's trying, though. See, I'm split because he really is trying. You can tell those little cactuses he just gave me, and is, I don't know, healing people or whatever he's up to. But it's also just odd that he stays up at that church.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's
But
something there.
To be fair, being the witch on the outskirts of town is also a little odd.
I get left alone. I have plenty of space. That's most of it. That's really most of it. No one bothers me.
Take in random strangers.
Yeah, every now and then you just take in a random stranger you find being dragged through the desert by a horse, but not that often. Also, I don't live with someone who's trying to kill everyone I'm working with. So less weird is all I'm saying.
Oh, you were talking about the preacher just then. He's living with, because I was like, I haven't tried to kill anyone. I had just tried to punch.
Yeah, I don't think you're trying to kill anyone outside of yourself, maybe, but that's a whole different issue. Just sort of narrow my eyes at you through the dark. Kind of glint silvery.
Kind of look to the side and pause for a moment, and then maybe just start playing my harmonica.
If you want to, you can play it regardless, you know how, but if you want to roll for how wonderful a song you play, roll me a performance.
13.
What was that, 14?
13.
That's pretty good. It's passable. It's enjoyable.
I am on a horse and,
Yeah, it's very aesthetic.
Bouncy.
Stars over your head, beautiful valley, some desert backdrop, maybe an owl hooting in the distance.
Barn owl.
Could be. All right. So if you guys don't have anything you want to do, I'm going to assume that you head home, head to bed, take care of all your various tasks that any of you might have, and that you wake up in the morning. If there's anything you'd like to do, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to assume everybody is converging at some point, perhaps downtown.
Is there anyone interesting in the inn as Willow heads down?
So she sees that same half-orc woman sitting at the bar in a different seat. She's not drinking alcohol, but she is poking at some sort of questionable food stuff that looks a little subpar, to be honest.
Willow will go by and tell her, oh no, she's a lovely bartender, but if you're gonna go food, you really want to go to the general inn store and kind of spruce it up yourself.
Yeah, I got that impression. The little ones, Huck or Milo, I can't tell them apart. Or
Yeah, there's
whatever. They said that they wanted to try out some new way to cook eggs.
oh, bless your soul for trying. Oh no.
Well, I guess at least they were excited about it.
Well, you just made their day, so you got great karma for the rest of it.
I can't say I believe in karma, but sure. Sorry, my name's Aura.
Aura, nice to meet you. I'm Willow. Welcome to
she'll-
town. And she'll hold out her hand in.
Thank you. It's been a while since I passed through.
You're a local?
No, I'm not. I travel for work, let's put it that way. I'm here because I'm looking for someone.
Oh, exciting.
Well, it pays well.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
I've been around the inn, so anyone in particular? Been here for the last few days?
Well, I was gonna pick up a wanted
Not-
poster
I
from the
really like
sheriff.
gossip too, so.
All I know is that she ran afoul of some folks. It's a private contract, although I was gonna ask the sheriff if he had any other posters while I was here.
Oh, that's where they usually keep them, but last I chatted with him, he didn't have anything new on the wanted poster front, and I spoke to him a few days ago.
That's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, he's not always been great about the wanted posters. I don't think bounty hunting's really his bag.
No. He tends to see the good in people and probably wants to make that judgment for himself before he pulls out a piece of paper. But I really don't see him actually turning anyone in for a bounty. He seems like more likely, someone broke something local, like jaywalked. Then he'd get you.
Jaywalking? Are you from a city?
I am. I'm just traversing the countryside, taking in all the sights.
Well, then you should know jaywalking ain't much of a concern around here. People just expect you to get out of the way.
Oh, that explains a lot. No one's yelled at me since I got here.
Well, not for that in any case. I saw you lost a bit of money last night.
Yeah, it just wasn't my evening. Generally, I have better luck, but we'll see how tonight's game go if I have a chance to play.
You play here a lot.
The inn's a great place to meet people. And you figure out where all the interesting stuff is in town while you're here before you head on to the next town.
Do you do that a lot? Play at inns and then move on?
Oh, I'm traveling the countryside.
For fun or business?
Fun, most definitely.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
The lady you're looking for have a name? I might have heard of her. You didn't really give much of a description, so I can't help you otherwise.
You'll understand it's a private contract. I can't necessarily go sharing all the details. There's money on the line,
She's gonna kind of step back and do up and down. I was like, do I look like I am the hunting sort? I am merely the gossiper.
Listen, you'll excuse my saying so, I've seen ladies just like you who are very good at fencing people for pretty much everything they were worth.
My honor is just destroyed.
I'm sure it is.
Well, best of luck with your contract. And good luck finding some better breakfast.
Well,
Perhaps
if you
I'll see
see
you tonight.
anybody walking around with a brand on their shoulder, you let me know.
I will be sure to let you know. Brand on the shoulder. Oof. Someone really pissed someone off to get that.
It's a special of mine. It's just something I can do. It helps me track people, you know. We had a little brush a couple of towns ago, but she escaped, so...
Oh, a slippery one.
Yeah. Real pain in my fucking ass, actually.
Well, yeah. The quick ones are.
They do tend to be quick and slippery. Well, listen, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
And yes, I have to go. Meet people first thing in the morning. Worst part, everyone wants to do everything in the morning. No one has any social decorum of being fashionably late out here. It's a travesty, let me tell you. She's gonna like kind of fix her hat all proper and be like, well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Aura. I hope your stay is quick. And otherwise I'll see you around, perhaps tonight.
I'm sure I'll see you around. And if you'd like any eggs, you let me know. Because I will not be finishing these.
I will have to refuse that hospitality, but thank you. I think.
Maybe you can feed them to the dog outside. I just, you know, I want the kids to think I...
Got you.
Yeah.
So, Willow will kind of scrape some off into a napkin and take him outside and go find the dog. Wait, no, she mage hands that shit. We're good. Let's go.
Yeah, Willow mage hands some eggs. Is she
Stealthily, she makes sure they are not in the bar area, like waits until they go back and then books it.
Roll me sleight of hand, then.
8.
Yolk's on you.
Oh.
I'm begging this not to be the episode title. You make it almost all the way to the door. And Huck is like, oh, did you get some eggs too?
I did. I am taking them to go. I have a very important meeting to make, but thank you so much. I can't wait to try them.
I hope you enjoy.
Thanks. She's out. She's going.
Yeah.
There's
So she
dog out there.
Yeah, there's just like a real grizzled old kind of big body, short legs, kind of herding dog that's just sleeping on the porch.
That's called a corgi.
Not that much. It's bigger. It's like a big working dog. It's just a little thicker on the middle.
Like, here you go, buddy. And like kind of casually has the mage hand drop the food right in front of him.
The dog kind of looks at the food and sniffs it and looks at you and just kind of puts its head back down and does not eat the eggs.
This is a corgi.
Yeah.
I think the corgi would eat that.
Corgi would
Sure.
totally eat that.
Okay.
Well, it's just at least someone in this town has taste, and then she's just kind of brush the eggs off and like kind of hide them in the dirt somewhere so the kids don't see it.
Can Mel approach as you're rooting around in the dirt for what looks like beans? Like,
It's with the mage hand. She's doing
Please.
no work.
oh,
No labor.
He did all his gardening tasks, and he approaches you, and you have a giant, floating, purple, transparent, magical hand that's just doing this in the dirt.
Good
Ma'am,
morning, Mal.
good morning. You want to tell me what you're doing here? You taking up gardening?
Oh boy. Okay, so met a bounty hunter on the inside, hated the eggs, didn't want to disappoint the kids, so I kind of agreed to smuggle the eggs outside and give them to the dog, but oh, those poor kids. Like, even the dog won't eat these things. And so we're just hiding the evidence so the kids don't see.
Well, that's very honorable of you, but what does bounty hunting have to do with eggs?
Well, the bounty hunter was eating the eggs. That's where the eggs came from.
Right, okay. I was worrying that we had got into more trouble after only a 12-hour period. The rate of it is starting to concern me quite greatly.
She is just be like, well, it may still have something. I don't know. What do you think the odds that someone in this group has a brand on their arm?
Well, I've mostly seen these ladies' forearms because all of them seem to wear long shirts that either are sleeveless or they roll them up.
Well, you gotta protect. And, from the sun, she's gonna kind of fix her little short crop jacket with the long sleeves.
I mean...
Now, you would blush if you saw an entire arm.
From you, absolutely. You see the outfits head to toe every time, but I guess I feel like I've seen everybody's arms.
Well, just warn everyone. If not, then hopefully the bounty hunter won't stick around for long and doesn't have anything to do with us.
Do you think we might want to ask all of them? See if... Well...
I believe we will have better luck just casually mentioning and letting the detail drop. And they can decide what to do with that information.
He kind of wrings his hands a tiny bit and goes, Willow, I'm not very good at lying.
Leave that to me. And she'll hook his arm in. Where are we supposed to meet them? All I heard was wake up early. I did that part.
The after wake up early was to meet here part, so we should go inside probably and then not order any eggs.
I just came from there though.
Would you rather stay away from the bounty hunter that's inside?
Well, no, I guess. I just said I was meeting friends, so you're here. I wasn't lying.
You've met
Can I
one
go play
friend.
cards? I met one friend. I guess we can build a house of cards while we wait.
Sure. And he sits down on one of the steps outside and sort of pats the space next to it so that he can help you build a house.
She will join you.
Outside?
Yeah.
In the wind.
Is it windy?
It's hard mode.
There's the occasional breeze. I mean, it's pretty still. It's just outside.
I
and
would like
people
to
walk by.
thaumaturge wind in the opposite direction as to nullify the wind.
I don't
think that's
think that's how that works.
Can we ride up while they're trying to thaumaturge save a card castle?
Yes. First, Willow, draw me a card. Or Amber, draw me a card.
Do I need to reshuffle?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And do not discard cards once you've drawn them, but just put them back in.
Noted. Did I get Willow fancy black cards? Yes, I did.
Please show the cards off. They're very,
yeah.
very cool.
That is really cool.
All right, Willow drew King of Spades.
All right. You build an absolutely incredible house of cards, and it does not fall down.
Yeah. Go teamwork.
Can I thaumaturge a shake of the ground underneath it?
As you ride up, yes, you can do that. However, it actually doesn't, like, the castle, like, shakes, but it doesn't fall down.
Oh.
Careful.
Careful.
That is an impressive house of cards you all have built yourselves.
Kind of
Thank you.
to the
Mal
side
looks
and
up.
under my breath, I'd be like, I thought we weren't supposed to pick on the preacher, or is that targeting? Miss O'Neill? Like, I'm confused on the.
Are you insinuating I've done anything at all? Wink.
I would never do anything of the sort.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
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 All right. Well, what kind of letters did we want to write out? And she's gonna kind of like wave her hand, and hopefully all the cards disappear back into the deck.
Yes.
Okay.
You have no incidents.
She will pull out a couple sheets of paper and her quill pen. And what did we want to write? Are we placing an order and seeing if we can get it forwarded to the general store, or are we just asking for? I don't know. I don't know if anyone's going to take us seriously if we just start sending letters to city's post office saying, please forward this to the general store. We think it may be missing.
I think that's how the post pretty much works. But you don't put the missing part in there. You just forward it to the general store.
Well, then we'd be
Right.
waiting for responses from each general store. Do you think it's worth it to ask for something that they might have on special order, something not important, see if it comes back? Otherwise, they might send us a message that says it's out of stock, or we get nothing.
If we appear to be placing a large order, that might perk their interest into responding back quickly, especially if we put some sort of deadline on there.
That's fair. What do you think we should ask for? I don't particularly buy anything that's expensive, so I wouldn't have any idea what to, order.
Well, clothes are extremely expensive, but mostly because of the time that goes into them. However, if we ask for particular fabrics, otherwise tools are a good idea. Not all the general stores carry bullets, ammunition, that sort. So we could certainly ask them, see if they're specialists. Those can get rather pricey, and if they have it, they would be really excited, or they might be partnered and would want to make sure their buddies get the business. Otherwise, it's food stuff, but that, unless we were making it seem like we're going to be in the town there to collect, they might not be too eager to respond to that, since that perishes quickly.
I don't want to order anything that they might order ahead for us to just not pay for, and then they don't have any use for it, but
We could
Actually-
inquire as to whether or not they have something, if this is the route that we're going, and then we don't actually have to buy anything.
it's true.
You know, just return post is all they need then.
We could enclose return post.
And just let them know that
In this
We're looking-
economy?
Better
could more than
include
happily
return
cover
post.
and if we just put on there saying we're looking for a large amount of it, perhaps they'd be willing to respond quickly. But if we don't give any promises,
I think that's a fair assumption. DM, remind me, was there anything in that store that was in the chunk? Because if we ask for something that was in the chunk that was missing, then maybe they can say, actually, we're out of that.
Good question. The chunk. The chat is enjoying the chunk. So a lot of what you were seeing in there was like a desk that had a bunch of paperwork and bookkeeping. You saw a lot of like bits and bridles, leather goods. You saw some tools. A lot of it was kind of scattered around. Trying to think if there's anything super unique. It's like so much of this stuff is stuff that you would have seen in the general store in Blackriver as well. You saw like some rakes, some shovels. You did see a couple of very nice decorative rifles. with like a silver scroll work on the butt of the rifle.
Would we remember the make and model?
Yes. Let's say that it is. I wish I had a pun prepared for this. This is like the DM thing. Yes, you remember the make and model, and it is Smith and Easton.
Okay. Did the scroll work have any identifying characters so that we could ask for it specifically? If that's
there was one that had
I feel like Mal's communicating this to the party.
He's like thinking about it. There was one that had an elk design, and there was one that had a stallion design. It seemed like it was a line of like a couple of them that were probably custom made by somebody or for this shop. It was the type of work you don't usually see as a mass-produced piece.
As long as it's not suspicious, we might as well go asking after something like that. Highly custom.
Yeah.
They'd probably say that they were missing it.
Add in a line that you're hankering for a rifle with an elk design, because I feel like stallions would be more commonplace.
Especially if we put we're particularly fond of the Myth and Easton. All right, so Willow will pull out her paper and prepare 5 different letters for Silverton, Pepper Lake City. Strathmore, Northbury, Creighton, Chester, and Roselake.
Which 2 of those were closed? Because one of them said that the daughter had run off to Los Angeles. One of them, she said, was
Pepper Lake City. There's
Graham.
5 different locations. 5 different locations. 2 closed. Don't know why. 3 should still be open.
Right. I think we only need to send off the 3 if the other 2 are closed, unless you are inclined to believe Miss Dora.
She
Or was
did
it
seem
Lottie?
shady.
The owl? I
Yeah.
always trust an owl.
That's gonna get you killed, preacher.
Mhm.
He just kind of looks
They're just
concerned.
birds.
All right, yeah. One gave to a son. He ran it to the ground. Another ran off to L.A. with a hot woman. But I then list 4 towns after that. So I guess we could always send them to the towns that don't exist anymore. And then if they send them back saying the general store is no longer open or is under different management, or it's missing because it's got a big chunk of it missing.
I think they're just gonna not send back the letter.
Yeah, if there's nothing there, don't want to send a postal worker into nothing. I think we should send 3. I'm happy to send them to the ones that we think are closed if we aren't inclined to trust Miss Lottie. I really can't tell them apart. I should learn their names better.
Are you trying
Are
to
there-
tell me that you can't tell the 2 owls apart?
Well, they're wearing uniforms and they're sisters. I just
so
met them.
all owls look the same to you.
Not particularly. I just met them. I'm not very social.
Really? That is quite surprising, preacher.
Willow has
Sometimes
already
I try to go
started.
off type.
Willow's already started writing the letters. Or forging the letters, whichever you deem necessary.
I'm not gonna make you roll for that. You're writing a letter under comfortable circumstances. There's no there's no circumstance that you would be like, whoops, like.
We are writing these letters on horseback while riding at full clip.
I am the sheriff of these towns. You must respond immediately. This is a dire emergency. Do you have
Is there done?
she would have started with that one and someone would notice her and stop her and like shuffle her back to like, no, just you don't have to lie.
Were there any like cross outs? Like, oops, I gotta start over. Like,
It's like that. Yeah, the first sheet was just a ridiculous tale that got vetoed by someone more reasonable than round two.
Alex reading over her shoulder like, okay, and just kind of watches you like scratch out line after line, and they're getting progressively scarier. I'm the sheriff of this town. Like,
I need
while
you to
you guys-
declare all weapons you have in your possession and any and all weapons that have been lost.
There's been an invasion of ostriches. We're going to war. We need all the help we can get.
ostriches.
Golly.
They are. Have you ever seen an ostrich fight, sir?
No, they're
You don't want to.
They-
They will win.
Those reverse knees just really fuck you up.
All right, yeah. So write those up. Build them.
yeah, so you guys group workshop a couple of very simple requests to a number of general stores. The post office seems to be open. The door is open. As you guys are workshopping, the half-orc woman that you met earlier, Aura, she does kind of come out the front door and kind of go, oh, because like you're all sitting on the front step.
Yeah.
She's like, it's a regular letter writing party out here.
Well, good morning, Aura.
Good morning again.
Did you find something a little bit more sustainable for your breakfast?
I think I'm gonna maybe do that right now.
Best of luck.
I think Mal stands up and like smooths out his cassock and goes, "Oh, hi, I'm so sorry. It's nice to meet you." And will put out his hand to shake hers.
How impolite of me. Mal, this is Aura. Aura, this is Mal.
It's nice to meet you, Aura.
It's nice to meet you too. I met your friend Willow earlier. Actually, while I'm here, all of you roll me a quick perception check.
Yike.
Oh,
That is
Oh, come on,
15.
guy.
4.
7.
4, 7. Did you say 15?
15.
How we doing, Claire?
And also a 7.
we're just really focused on this letter.
I think Claire pulled out her guitar. And it's just been like
Aw.
Noodling
to the
just
side.
a little
Yeah.
bit of audio. Mal, it was you who got the 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that actually tracks. So as she extends her hand to shake yours, which she does readily, you notice that she has a number of healed scars across her palm, and also kind of that she definitely is looking around at everybody, like not in a suspicious way, but like she's really kind of looking at everybody.
Like inventorying, kind of.
Yeah, like a top to bottom on like each individual that's like standing here.
Are you looking for someone in particular, ma'am, or do you have something we could help you with?
I am looking for someone, although, well, I told your friend this already, but I can't divulge all the details right now.
Well, understood, but I live in this town if you're only blowing through. Any details you could give us?
Well, she's a pain in the ass. That's about it. If you know of anyone causing trouble, starting anything, you let me know.
Mal kind of very quickly looks at Claire and then back at this woman. But just nods and says, "Of course, as long as you're here, if I see of anyone, I'm more than happy to maybe help you out." Have you been to the
appreciate it.
sheriff's office yet?
No, that's actually where I was going now.
All right. Were we headed in that direction after the post office, everyone? I'm not entirely sure where we're headed.
I think we're kind of at a standstill after this, so see if he has anything he'd like us to look into. Otherwise, it's free day.
Right.
Get up, brush the dust off, and take the letters, fold them up, seal them.
I might want to try and talk to Vance alone, but I think that's the only direction that we might be headed at the moment. Maybe there's something else we could handle in town while we're inscripted with the sheriff. He's an incredibly nice man. He addresses Aura.
Oh yeah, we've met a couple times. Do you know Vance?
I live in the Blackriver Church, ma'am. We're not entirely friendly, but I have a couple of things I need to ask him.
Oh,
Do
what,
you?
you're one of his gang members.
I'm not affiliated. Do you know him?
Only by reputation. I know better than to know him.
Is it Aura you said?
Aura. O-R-A.
O-R-A.
I mean, alright, my name is Victoria, but who wants to go by a name like that?
Yeah, who'd want to go by a name like that? Is the sheriff expecting you?
Not as far as I know, but he tends not to be easily surprised.
Do I believe her?
Well, roll me an insight.
That'd be a natural 20 plus 5, so that'd be a 25.
Ooh! Whew, whew. You do not get the impression that she is lying to you, but there is like a weird kind of thread of almost humor when she says that he's a man who's not easily surprised. And it's like, it's very kind of, to her, it's a joke. She's not intending it to read as a joke to you guys, but you kind of like clock that.
Well, we don't want to get in your way. We've got some postal business to attend to, so by all means.
Well, I will leave you to your postal business then. Have a good day.
And a good day to you.
Bless you, ma'am. We'll see you on the other side of town, perhaps.
And she kind of heads down the stairs. There is a painted Mustang horse standing kind of at the end of the post row outside that she just sort of pats the horse on the shoulder. And there's a long rifle in a holster on its saddle. You can assume this is her horse. It's a pretty horse. And she sort of heads over towards the sheriff's office.
Oh,
After... No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna, kind of go back to playing my guitar, but just kind of, tap the ground near Amity and just wait for the woman to get out of earshot.
Leans down.
I think she's the reason the sheriff got Sylvie out of town.
Is this audible to all of us?
If she's out of earshot, then
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
she
it's hush,
isn't really paying that
but-
much attention to you. Yeah, she heads on her way.
Yeah. But yeah, it would be enough to where, the group could hear it.
She's looking for a woman with a brand on her shoulder. Says that she's run into her before. It's her brand. So,
She did
Whoever-
have cuts on her hand.
do you think the sheriff would have his wanted posters back already? We just requested them a couple days ago.
It's my understanding that the sheriff doesn't particularly like to put them up in the first place.
Wasn't it Sylvie that requested them?
It was.
And it was.
You think Sylvie's trying to make sure she's not on one of them?
I think if you're branded by someone and you know you're on a poster, well, that lady whose job it is to chase people on wanted posters, you know what I mean.
We might do well to check those out, maybe. Or ask the sheriff if... Well, I'm sure he'd take care of it if he told her to get out of Dodge.
I imagine if he came across a poster with Sylvie's face on it, he wouldn't have put it up right away.
Might have been why he was at the church last night. Not a single one of us are in this town for... Well... Never mind. Is this something we need to address?
Well, now I feel like I'm minding it a bit more.
How so?
I don't know. What are we not in town for?
I'm saying that perhaps all of us wandered in here... I don't know. Looking for some kind of asylum or sanctuary. It's interesting watching, well, Sylvie take to the road over and over again. Seems like she's looking for something, but maybe she's running. Are you glaring at Mal?
I feel like I would be. I'd just have my arms crossed and be like, I don't know what he's talking about, but I find it suspicious.
I think he looks like concerned about Sylvie more than anything else.
Well, we can always ask her when she gets back, or at least make sure she doesn't go near tall lady.
Well, my
Wow.
suggestion was, do you think we need to take care of tall lady?
She hasn't done anything. You're just gonna...
I'm not suggesting any violent course of action, and he looks at Claire.
Oh, I was figuring we were gonna like sneak up behind her and like slit something. What was your suggestion
That
then?
is not my approach. I will not slit people's throats or anything of that sort. I will punch them in the face.
Well, it's the punching I'm rather concerned about. I'm used to delivering church services, and when you need to bore someone, that tends to work.
Yep.
Yeah, that you get no argument from me.
Well,
Well,
Sylvie goes everywhere with her horse, right?
She does.
Willow's gonna just kind of flick a card into the ground and creates a minor illusion of a horse that's not moving but looks just like Sylvie's horse, and then like immediately makes it go away. She'd recognize it, and I don't know, that would give confirmation, but I can't make it move. Otherwise, it'd be really nice to like get her out of town, so make her think that Sylvie went somewhere else.
I'm not entirely sure that suggesting Sylvie was here in the first place is a good idea. But some kind of illusion that makes her feel like she's getting closer or chasing something might help. I'm not the, well, traveling sort. You might know better than me, Willow.
Well, I guess I could. I mean, leave something of Sylvie's behind to make it seem like she was going somewhere else. like had just been passing through.
She
Like a
already
letter.
left.
Yeah. I just worry that we're not the only ones who've seen Sylvie. And if this lady's any good at her job, she's going to talk to more than 4 people.
Right. Maybe we need to talk to more people in town and ask them to be quiet.
And that might raise suspicion.
I think if you're asking someone to be quiet, they're going to find who's going to pay them to be loud,
Right.
especially here.
Yeah. Have I mentioned I'm not good at lying?
That's all right, preacher. I am. You just don't talk. We just gotta figure out what would pique her interest.
Not Annabelle.
Sylvie?
Sylvie. No, yeah, Sylvie. Am I right?
Sylvie.
Got there. Yep. Does she have a brand on her arm? Is this a thing that I've missed?
Admittedly, I do not remember if you guys have ever seen her without her, like, a jacket shirt.
Okay, all right.
Mal went to bed at the same time as her once.
Well, but you guys were in, like, a barn.
We were in a barn. I don't know that she would have got changed. I don't think we got changed in front of each other or anything.
We need a bathhouse episode. Let's go.
You also have not seen Claire
Creep.
without. Just point of order.
I have a feeling it's pretty likely at this point that most of you guys honestly haven't seen each other, like, in the nude, you know? Like,
Yeah, or even like,
no onsen
Changing,
episode, like...
no. yeah, I don't think anyone's, yeah. How does Claire look? What's Claire's vibe right
Willow
now?
is buttoning up her jacket even tighter, Mel. What the hell?
No, not naked. Like, what's the...
Mal standing there like, how much of these people's bodies have I seen?
I'm begging you to stop.
Preacher, are you thinking about all of us naked right now? I don't think that we're your type.
None of you are. No offense.
We are not. We are definitely not sheriff's shaped.
And be like, well, that lasted half an hour.
Yeah. This is the fun kind, though.
Yeah, he's real red right now. I think Mal is trying to like see through Claire telling a joke and like see how she has reacted to this like woman, considering she's the one that came in a little hot and like seems to have a fighting background. Is she like, how did she look during that conversation? Should I roll an insight?
Sure. Roll an insight. And, yeah. Respond as you feel is appropriate for the number and whatever it is that you're either
Well, it's
showing or not
great.
showing.
Actually, 13. Not terrible. Not awful.
Terrible.
Could have been worse.
So triumphant.
What is it, 1.3 Rotgens?
I would say that you got the impression that at first Claire was paying her no mind at all, but then there was a moment where something clicked, and then she started being a little bristly towards her.
Was it the name or was it something else?
This is Jessica, the player, can't remember what made me.
She said Victoria at one point,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Claire said something about it.
Oh.
And mentioning looking. Oh, she didn't
You would
mention that.
I would say you got the vibe that Claire was just being a dick at that point. Honestly.
Okay. Fair.
Checks out.
He's used to it.
Consistently abrasive, yeah.
Well, what do you think we should do, Miss Dawson?
I think if this woman is after Sylvie, it's probably for the best that she just gets out of town as quick as possible and hopefully goes in a different direction than the way that Sylvie would be coming into town from.
Should we ask the sheriff what direction she went so that we could guide this woman away? Not to be a savior or anything.
I think that maybe we wait until after she's had her conversation with the sheriff and we just have a come to Jesus open and honest conversation with him. Because part of me is like, do we need to interfere if he already has it handled?
Right.
I have been told that I make situations worse, and so I am trying to not do that.
He half smiles at her and does a nod and goes, I believe you're more than capable of handling a pleasant conversation with the sheriff.
Are you, preacher? What if things get tense?
I've had many conversations with him. I find them to be relatively easy. I'm happy to take the reins out of your hands unless you feel that you would like control over it.
I don't find the sheriff particularly easy, but if he is easy for you, then I will let you handle him in whatever way you deem appropriate.
Oh, he's
Amity is snorting.
Willow's
Slaps Claire
confused.
with her tail, though.
Who is she slapping?
Claire.
Claire
Okay.
just like sigh. Slap.
Is it a like cut it out or is it a like
Nice.
this is funny? A nice, yeah.
Well, it's like I'm like doing the thing where your friend is saying something mean to someone, and you're like, you shouldn't say something mean, but I am laughing behind my hand and swatting you with my other hand, which is a tail.
I think Mel kind of dead-eyes you, just goes, I think that it is particularly easy for the sheriff to talk to several people in this town, even if they are
Are
threatening
you
in other
saying the
ways.
sheriff gets around? Are you jealous, Mal?
He just walks away.
I did not know that the sheriff. I
He turns around and looks at, like, does one of those.
An eyebrow waggle.
a single eyebrow raise and a little half like chisme smile, and then just continues about his day.
Willow's just like, he's the sheriff. He's supposed to go all around to different parts of the town. How else is he?
sex, Willow, sex.
Oh, gotcha. I'm caught up.
Yeah, I know that can't be the episode title, but
Is it the giveaway code?
maybe we are getting to that time.
What was the other one?
Yolk's on you.
Yolks.
I think that's gotta be it. Okay, do you guys have any final moments here before you head over to the post office?
I think we've done the shenanigans we were meant to do.
All right.
Shenanigans, effectively.
With that, we are going to take a break. It is about break time. I am kind of vibing with Yolks on You, actually, as a giveaway code, if you don't mind.
I love it.
So, as always, we are giving away a $10 gift code to tabletoploot.com, which can be combined with our code GutPunchRP that gives you 15% off at checkout. You can use that discount code of ours with any purchase, but if you win the code, remember you can combine them, which pretty much gets you a free set of dice if that's what you want. And we know we're all dice goblins here. You know, you always need more click clacks, right? We don't advocate eating them, but we know that they're very tasty. So we're going to take a super quick break, and we will be back. And once we're back, we'll draw the code. So please put it into the chat exactly the way that the Gut Punch account posts it, and not until the Gut Punch account actually posts it. So wait until that goes live, and then we'll be good to go.
Renewal code.
Okay.
Is Nightbot feeling fussy?
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Yay! So now in the chat, Gut Punch RP has posted "Yolks on You" is our code. Please put it in exactly the way that it's typed there, and please put it only into the chat once. That was grammar. We'll see you guys soon.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy. Yeah. Little drawn out. Welcome back, everyone. We're back on. This is your last chance if you want to win a code to tabletoploot.com. That's basically $10 free to get some very cool TTRPG stuff. But you do need to enter a code into the chat that is yolks, like yolk of an egg, on you. No caps, no spaces. So we'll give you a couple more seconds to do that, and then we will draw a winner. So go ahead and enter those, and then we'll draw someone very soon, and then we'll get back to this group causing some shenanigans.
There's
maybe.
some planning in there, an attempt at planning.
They're doing their best.
Angels, we have done nothing wrong.
Yep.
I have
Sure.
done nothing wrong this episode so far.
Other than saying you weren't gonna roast someone and then it lasting an hour.
I feel like that was playfully jabbed at at the preacher and the sheriff's relationship, not the overt hitting below the belt kind of things. So
Okay, Claire. Sure.
okay, I'm rolling the thing.
All right, roll the
3,
thing. Please roll the
2,
thing.
1, boom. Oh hey!
Don't panic, cosplay. Congratulations.
Cosplay.
We love to see it. Get yourself some sweet dice.
All right, I'm gonna.
If you want dice, there are trays and other accessories that are also lovely. They have some like very neon colored dice rolling trays that I really like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody. You should get a message, Don't Panic Cosplay, from the Gut Punch account on Twitter. Or not Twitter, excuse me, Twitch. We're not talking about the Bird app tonight. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you for posting in the chat to make it super easy. That always helps us out. And it seemed to me that you guys were on the way to the post office.
Aye, aye.
Let me pull up my... All right. So you guys head over to the post office. The door is open. It's a pretty nice day. It's a little on the warm side, but it's pretty standard for being out in the sun in the desert. It's nothing too crazy. So you step inside and it's pleasantly cool inside the post office. It is well worn but well taken care of, nicely swept. Mostly just sort of wood fittings. There's a couple signs and notices and stuff on the wall just about various post office business. And there is a middle-aged, tall, tan-skinned human behind the counter, just kind of leaning. He's sitting in a chair, but he's kind of just leaning on the counter, like flipping through a paperback novel. But he looks up when you come in.
Well, hi there. My name is Malcolm. I believe that we were looking to send a couple of letters, if that's all right. What's your name?
I haven't seen all of you around these parts. Sorry, my name is Max. I was not paying that much attention. It's a good book. And he puts his book down and kind of slides it to the side of the counter. And
What book is it?
Mal is also interested.
It is a sort of cheaply printed dime novel about well, as far as you can tell from the cover art, which is beautifully illustrated but very, very campy, it seems to be an underwater adventure. And he says, "Oh, sorry, nice to meet you. My name is Max."
Hi, Max. What's your book about?
Well, it's okay. I'm trying to think about it. People like to tell me that sometimes I tell stories for 10 minutes, and so I'm trying to figure out how to tell this short. So there are some people who are very deep underwater, and then they find a whole other race of people, and those people are not very nice to them, and then, well, they fight about it, and I don't know what happens after that.
Sounds very interesting, actually. Where'd you come across a piece of literature like that?
Well, Nora and Lottie get a lot of stuff in for the sheriff, and sometimes he lends me stuff. Or they get multiple copies, whatever. It just depends. You can ask him if you want.
I didn't realize the sheriff was a big reader.
Neither did I.
Yeah, he has an affection for pulp fiction.
Well, I hope you are enjoying that one. I wonder if it's a series, if it's pulp.
Oh yeah, they come out with them pretty regularly. I mean, I'm not gonna say that the writing is amazing, but it passes the time. They're cheap, you know.
Sure. Any adventure to take you away sounds relatively pleasant. Now, Willow, did you have those letters on you? Sorry,
That you? And she's gonna like pull them out and fan them out like she does with cards, like just lay them out on the table.
Okay, where are you sending all of these? Or did you write addresses on them already?
We would have wrote the towns on there of the 3 towns that had the stores.
So he will shuffle through. I believe it was. I closed that document.
I got it. One was in Strathmore, one was in Northbury or Southbury, and one was in Croydon or Creighton, but she thinks it's Croydon.
He rifles through the letters and he sort of thinks about it, and he's like, I don't know a Croydon. There is a Creighton. Do you want me to
go with Creighton?
this? Okay.
Yes, please.
And he rifles through them and he rifles through all of it. And he's like, okay, this is just going to be 10 copper for all of them, if you'd like.
Willow fishes it out and pays the man.
Mal kind of stops her hand and pays 5 copper. So half of it.
Well, thank you, Mal.
Thank you, Willow. You did all the writing.
2 of these are a little farther away. It might take a week or 2. Are you hoping for a reply?
Yes.
We are. Did we decide whether or not we wanted to include postage for a return?
Well, we probably should entice them to respond back quicker.
Would you mind terribly if we could add postage for a reply?
I mean, you can just put money in the envelope if you would like.
Is that safe?
Well, if it fits in the envelope and it isn't, I don't know, like bullets or something, then it's probably fine. What do you mean by safe?
I mean,
Willow's
I
pulling
think
out
there are
I think
more
you're supposed to mail cash.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
guess someone might open it up and take out a couple of copper.
Willow puts 10 copper on the table.
Listen,
Get,
I don't
like,
know.
little
People do this
squares
all the
of
time.
paper.
People do this all the time.
Stick it to
They just put money in the envelope and then the person gets it and they can send the envelope back. If you don't feel safe about it, that's totally fine.
that doesn't
We do have a
seem
different
safe. There should be like some bank, and then it gives you like this secured paper.
Well, if you're sending money, then yeah, of course. I mean, there was a woman in here the other day who was sending money, and there is a service that's more insured. You can wait for like a stagecoach to come
What
through town.
woman?
It takes longer. Yes.
You said there was a woman who was like a stranger? New?
Well, I didn't know
Local?
her. She wasn't from town, or at least she didn't seem to be. She was nice.
Yesterday, you said?
I think it was the day before yesterday. I lose track.
What'd she look like? I'd love to get her perspective on how to do this. I'm sure you're an excellent judge of this. However, like sometimes the technology stuff just goes right over my head, and user to user is, it's just easier to understand.
You want me to tell you how to send money safely, or to describe the woman, or
Describe the woman, please.
both?
Sure,
He
it has
to think-
10
he has to think
copper
about
on
it
the
for a
table.
minute.
Yeah.
Well, she had dark brown hair, and she was pretty tall and had brown eyes. She was good looking.
She carry a rifle?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I think so.
A little shorter than me?
Yeah, I guess so.
Did she have a faded star or a faded patch over her breast pocket?
I'll be honest, I wasn't looking that hard at her. Maybe. I'm sorry, I don't.
That is plenty to go on. Thank you. If we see her in town, we'll be sure to ask her to describe this lovely service, because I would love to hear how it goes. But anyway, until then, here's 10 copper. Do we need to reopen the letters and rewrite them?
I mean, no, if you told the person on the other end that you want a response,
Yes.
I can't tell them to give you a response. Okay. I mean,
This service
guess-
is terrible.
You are doing
he
great,
just
sir.
kind of looks a little sad, like.
You get used to it, dear. And Mal kind of gently puts his hand and his Bible on the counter and puts both hands on them and just kind of stands there.
Willow's trying to perk up this man, but
Yeah.
is probably not doing a great job.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess they have these new things that are they're not new, but they're new to us, that you can buy like a little piece of paper and stick it on the outside of the envelope, and then it counts as you having paid for the mail. But people
Why
don't
did
seem to
you
like them.
start with that?
Yeah, and then we write our address on like an envelope that's enclosed within that envelope.
Well, out here they're
Yeah.
new. They say that they're very popular in the cities, and it seems to work for them. But people around here feel strange, I guess, about just putting paper on
it
other
is kind of
paper.
weird to lick a piece of paper.
I
Yeah.
don't think licking was mentioned.
Was
but
it not? Did I just infer modern knowledge into this scenario?
No, I didn't say anything about licking. There, you kind of have to like paste it on. I hope you're not making paste out of saliva. I guess it's
mean-
kind of like water.
I feel like there are some creatures who do that.
Are you a naturalist?
I don't.
What
think
are you
it's-
trying to presume?
I'm asking why you know about animals that have sticky saliva.
I think
Oh
we
my
might
God,
need
she
to ask Miss Willow
doesn't
about
know.
this later.
This just get him back on track, preacher. This I don't even.
Of course. We would love to purchase some of those pieces of paper. What did you call them exactly?
They're called stamps.
We would love to purchase 3 stamps, or enough that would be able to get our compatriots in these towns a response.
Okay, it's going to be the same price.
10 more
Move
copper.
10 copper closer. That's been on there.
He picks all the individual pieces of copper up off the counter and like puts them into a register, and takes your mail. He's like, do you want to put a second envelope inside this envelope? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
have envelopes that I could purchase from you so that I can write the address?
I mean, yeah, it's a post office.
Okay.
And he like pulls out a drawer and starts going through envelopes to try to find some that are like slightly smaller than the ones that you have provided.
Enjoying the bureaucracy thoroughly, Mal will take those envelopes from him and pay however much they are and write the address to the...
They're like 1 copper for all 3 of them. They're just little paper envelopes.
I think Mal writes the address to the sheriff's office on all of them.
He looks at the envelopes and he's like, "Are you the sheriff?"
Oh, we're doing a quick task. Actually, if you don't mind, could I potentially borrow that book from you when you're done with it?
Are you... He seems very unsure, and he's like, "Wait, are you working for the sheriff? I thought don't you work for Vance?"
I do work for the sheriff. I don't have any association with Vance. I do live at the church. I'm not sure how much word has gotten around, but no, I don't work for Vance.
Well, everybody says you work for him.
I certainly don't.
Do I believe Malcolm?
You can roll an insight check.
Love to roll an insight check.
Malcolm, please respond. If you are doing a deception or whatever it is, you're welcome to do a roll too, as you feel is appropriate.
The same dice. Natural 20 for a 25.
Whew, whew.
Both my I will give you that both my deception and my persuasion are a +0. So there's no way that Mal can lie. He looks genuine. However, you do notice if you like look him up and down that his one fist is balled up really tight to the point where his fingernails would be biting into the meat of his palm. But he continues to address the post worker, and I can't assure you I don't really want to put myself in leagues with a character like that.
He kind of doesn't fully seem like he believes you. He's a little uncertain. He like kind of pulls the book back towards himself, and he's like, "Well, it's the sheriff's book, so you should probably ask him."
It's all right, sir. I figured I'd ask anyway. It seemed very interesting.
It's good so far.
I think Mal kind of hands him back the envelopes that he's written the address on and go, if you don't mind enclosing these.
He nods and tucks them into the envelopes and sort of rifles around and does his little bureaucracy. And he's like, well, all right, including the reply, it might be a while. I'll send them over to the sheriff's if anything comes back.
Thank you very much.
Most folks have to come in because they live super far out, and I can't. Well, just me, obviously, I can't go around to every single farm and drop every single letter off. But he's across the street, so I don't really mind.
Would it be easier for us to come back and check in about a week or so?
If you want to. It's up to you. He's literally across the street, so.
Well, we'll check back in a week, but if you get something and we haven't come back, please feel free to head over in that direction.
Okay. But yeah, is there anything else that you all need?
Do we need anything?
Well,
Think
if
we're
you decide you want to lick some stamps, I guess you can always come back.
Sounds like a proposition.
What? No, I don't. No.
I just wink at him and walk out of the store.
Does she want something from me?
No, dear. I'm very sorry. God bless you. And Mal leaves.
Willow's gonna just lean forward and tell him, just your dignity and
He's like, what?
This chaos crew.
Claire will put a gold on the counter and be like, I'm sorry, I've been told that I am not the nicest of persons, and so I apologize if I insinuated anything. And I'm curious if you've heard anything about any kind of traveling carnivals coming near town.
You don't have to pay me. I appreciate the apology. It's okay. I mean, it's kind of a lot of money. As far as the carnival, I remember there was one a few years ago. I can ask. I think Charlie's coming through town soon. He drives the wagon with all the mail. He might know something more if you'd like me to ask.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd be very appreciative.
Yeah, I don't mind asking him. He kind of enjoys that sort of stuff, to be honest.
It can be pretty
he likes-
entertaining.
Yeah, I remember when the carnival came through. It was a pretty big deal for us. I mean, it's pretty rare that something like that comes this close to the Badlands. Most of those groups think it's too dangerous. But the kids liked it.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your time, and I apologize for me. And then walks out the door.
Outside the door, before she gets out there, Willow is asking Amity and Matt, like, do we need to go rescue that poor shopkeep from her? She's still in there.
Give
What
her
is she
a couple
doing?
of minutes before we go back inside, I think.
As long as you don't hear screaming, he's.
I
hope
choked
you
him
find
out
what you're
first.
looking for.
No, you didn't. That's. He would
Sorry,
have
Dusty,
broken
what'd you
like
say?
a stick.
That's why you didn't hear any screaming.
He just sort of called after, like, I hope you find what you're looking for.
Son of
He was trying to sort of push the money back at Claire. Did she leave it, or
She
did
left
she? Okay, he kind of just looks at it on the counter and then like sighs super deeply and like picks it up and puts it in his pocket and goes back to reading.
because the player has already taken it out of her account and is not going to put it back in.
Looking across the street to the sheriff's office, does it appear that he is in? And if there's anyone else in there, I'd like.
So there is sort of a window in the
Mhm.
front of the sheriff's office, and it is. If you've ever seen very old glass from this period, it is not as clear as glass as we understand it now. It's a little more kind of warped, but you can see that there are two figures moving around and standing inside there.
Is one green?
I mean, it's a little hard to tell, but the outline of that figure does seem very consistent with aura.
Okay.
It's a reasonable guess.
It seems our new friend is still visiting the sheriff.
Should we wait before we go inside?
Most definitely.
I'm a little unaccustomed to, Is this a job? Are we working a job right now? Are we running reconnaissance?
Do we need to do some reconnaissance on what they're talking about?
Do you want me to just
Ooh.
bust in there?
No, we're not. No,
Oh, do
we're
you
not
want me
busting
to
it.
sneak? I can be quiet too.
I think that I can be quieter, and I would summon an asp. I gotta get to the thing. Anyway, a small snake, because I figure we're within like 100 feet of the sheriff's office right now.
Yeah, that's
All right, I'm gonna go send a little snake in and just listen through its little snake face to what's happening, going on.
Is this a familiar?
Yeah, it is that
All right.
druid thing.
So, if I remember that spell correctly, you guys noticed that Amity doesn't seem to be super aware through her own senses during this period, that she's like can't see you or hear you. And this little snake goes slithering across through the dust over towards the sheriff's office. So
Claire would move to like put a hand on Amity or like just be near her so that she
Does it look like we're all casually like standing outside on the porch,
Voguing.
just minding our business?
well, that's up to you, but perhaps.
casual lean.
Is that what you're doing, Claire? Are you casually wrapping your arm around Amity to make it look like you guys are talking?
Yeah.
You've seen Amity do this spell before. I mean, all of you have, but... So... The the familiar heads over to the sheriff's office and kind of gets up and in through the door. And you hear him in the middle of relaying some information about the town that you guys found. He's talking about all of you basically having found it in passing. It kind of sounds like he's actually telling a story that he's just kind of like, oh, like this thing happened, like can you believe it, blah blah blah. They seem friendly, as though they've met before. They're not friends, but like they have a fairly friendly rapport.
I'd be sort of like reporting that under my breath to the party. You can still speak.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
think you can.
Yeah, so I'd kind of be like, live tweeting this interaction.
Willow will have the cards out and we'll be setting it up like her, Mal, and Claire, if she wants to join in on the gig, are playing a game like they're just killing time waiting for the sheriff. Be free.
Right. Sandy here.
Well, she's gonna sit on the porch of whatever is across the street from them. And yeah, pull out the cards and set up the game.
Well, if you're pulling out the cards, then draw me a real human card.
Okay. Ace of Hearts.
Okay, so you are setting up the cards. Are you trying to set them up on the floor of the? There's kind of like a raised wooden porch area. Are you just like setting it up on the porch?
Well, she was gonna like pass out a hand to Claire, Mal, and herself, and then kind of, depending on what game they're doing, set up the hand on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
But hold hers.
Actually, it occurs to me there are probably like some kind of water barrels that you could try to kind of play, like stand around a barrel as though you were like hanging out around a table, and then you can lay some cards out.
A water cooler, if you will.
Yeah, you can hang out around the water cooler. However, you, without really realizing it, the water cooler is like maybe a quarter full. It's pretty empty, and you weren't really doing anything crazy, but you end up like knocking the whole thing over, and it like spills water into the street.
Oh no!
And I think soaks like Amity's shoes.
Why are my feet?
Can Amity feel them, or is like
Amity is like just deaf and blind right now, but
it will
like,
prestiditate.
Snake react.
Her feet, so they're now dry, or at least warm up. I don't know if it dries, but
I think it dries. You can dry or wet.
It's like shoot, sorry, Amity, and like puts it back up or tries to.
Nonsense.
Yeah, Mal helps.
Is Amity stand in the snake, or does Amity like, hey, why are my shoes wet?
I feel like I would say out loud, why are my shoes wet, but stay in the snake in case anything interesting happens.
And Claire would be like, it's just some of Willow's nonsense.
Which I can't hear, I'm just saying it to be an app.
The vibe still somehow gets back to you. Like, this feels like Willow nonsense.
It could be any of our nonsense.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
That's true.
As you are kind of vibing and listening to this conversation, in your little snake, you in the snake become aware that there is a large old sandy cat that you recognize that is slowly advancing, stalking the snake across the floor.
Is there something that the snake can get under where it's just gonna be that thing where the cat's like, meh, meh, with their paw, but they can't touch me? Maybe a nice, like, armoire?
Yeah, there's like a sort of cabinet piece of furniture that you could get up sort of against the wall in a spot that you are guessing is too deep for the cat, and the cat is just kind of doing the thing under the edge of the furniture.
Yeah. Take that, cat. I'm still trying to listen to this conversation.
I think that the rattling of the cat, though, you realize that these two have stopped talking, and that Samuel has gotten up and come over to see what the cat is so concerned about. And he like sort of pulls the cat out and is like, "What are you doing?"
Whoa. Black and blue snake just pressed into the shadows, seeing if it could just stay there.
This is my home now.
Right?
I think it is uncharacteristic for this cat to be so enthusiastic about any particular thing. It usually sleeps And he kind of is like, and like tries to sort of get down and like look under the furniture and sees this snake just back there, like, ah. And he's
Does
like,
does he actively like back away when he sees the snake?
No, he's not scared of it. I think he kind of like sighs, actually. He's like, oh man, like a snake got in.
It's gonna do that snake thing where they move like super, super fast and it just goes out the door.
He's like, huh.
Ooh.
Like just when you're very startled because a snake starts moving super quickly, like several feet from your face.
Yeah.
And he like gets up and is like, ugh, and sort of like puts the cat down, closes the door, and goes back to sit at his desk.
Does Amity wake up, or does she try to get
Snake stealth mission.
snake
Mission
stuff?
impossible.
Like I can't, because like snakes are up to some bullshit at all times, and I feel like they're always like stuck to the outside of houses. Is there like slat windows? Like, can I snake my way up to the window?
Yeah, I think. Okay, I'm gonna have your snake roll acrobatics.
Okay, that's.
Which
that's plus that.
Yeah, let's do Dex. I know that it doesn't have a full sheet. It has a stat block, so let's do Dex.
Oh well, I rolled a natural one, so it's just like. Wow.
Oh no.
So the snake is kind of like trying to like get up to the window, but it's having kind of a tough time.
Can we see it happening?
How big is this snake?
I mean, it's little, so I was thinking like garter snake size.
Okay,
cute little guy.
I'm guessing you guys are probably trying pretty hard to keep an eye on it, just because you know what Amity is doing and you saw the snake go over there. Okay. Okay, roll me an investigation, I guess, if you're trying super hard to keep an eye on that snake.
Oh god.
If you're not paying attention,
Nope.
or doing whatever it is else you're doing, then
Willow is really committed to pretending they're being absolutely innocent in the corner.
busy like mopping up water off of Amity's shoes.
Yeah.
I think Mal is muttering a prayer in Spanish under his breath, just like Madre de Dios, like about a snake existing and struggling because he does not like them.
Oh, anti-snake.
Anti-snake.
I do feel like after this struggle, there would be a point where the snake got like a little bit up the wall and starts to fall, and then just like disappears. And Amity snaps out of this and is like, "Not my best work."
Claire will kind of like squeeze her arm and be like, you want me to try now?
I don't. Do we need more? I don't think they're talking about anything that interesting, honestly. But knock yourself out. Just don't
Claire.
knock anyone else out.
Willow's gonna fan the cards. Wanna disappear.
Sure.
Draw a card.
Claire draws a card.
Purplish smoke, and Willow casts invisibility on Claire. And you just hear, no punching!
I make no promises.
Oh lord, that's gonna last 2 seconds. Mal, step back.
What card did she draw?
Oh, is she actually gonna draw a card? I was just, okay.
Wait, she asked her to.
Mal casts guidance on Claire's shoulder real fast before she goes in, but like it's after she's turned around real fast.
Oh, sorry, Claire. 2 of diamonds.
What are you up to, Claire?
You're invisible.
I am making my way to the window and just gonna try to listen in. Approach all quiet like.
All right. Roll me a stealth at advantage.
Guidance is a D4, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's 27.
Ooh. So you heard what Amity was kind of mentioning that they were talking about before, that the sheriff was talking about all of your activities, or at least that you had found this town in the middle of the desert and that it was kind of note. And so, given there's a little bit of a time gap, it seems that they have resumed that conversation. And you hear Aura saying, I actually heard about the town that, or a piece of it disappeared. Somebody told me in passing the other day. Hell of a story, if you ask me. And he sort of is like, really? Well, unfortunate, I guess. Well, it seems a lot of folk died from it. I hate to think of that happening here. And she's like, yeah, well, they say the priest went insane, sacrificed the town to the devil or something of that such. I don't know. I haven't been through there in a long time. Strathmore, probably. I think I was there 5-6 years ago. Nice folk, but most places have nice folk. And they kind of just are chatting a little bit back and forth about like that, what she heard, but it doesn't seem like it's that much.
And then I'll make my way back to the group.
What do you want to relay to them?
I will walk up and playfully smack Malcolm on the shoulder.
He kind of does one of these because you're invisible. Who was that? Did either of you? He kind of looks at Willow and does one of those.
Willow's sitting on, like, the porch thing, like, just fanning cards with herself, like, do it.
You're too far. Amity, did you hit me with your tail?
No.
Who hit me? All right, and he just kind of does one of these, and is kind of looking around the porch for Sandy.
Claire will kind of laugh.
Is it audible?
Yeah.
Claire!
Can't be
Where are
that
you?
many invisible people running around town.
Okay, I guess it wasn't a strike intended to do harm. I was like, would it break the invisibility?
Yeah, I was figuring it would. So, but
Oh,
I'm okay with
okay.
it.
Oh,
not.
sorry.
I think
I
that's
know,
great.
I think that this is a good bit. I think this is a good bit. I think maybe like that she didn't intend to do harm. Then
Yeah, because you can do things while you're invisible. It just if you the spell ends if you the target that attacks or casts a spell.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
so you're not actually trying to like clock him.
Yeah.
I mean, you could try. And then it would break the invisibility. Not that I want my OC to get punched. Wait, hold on. That's backfired.
I mean, I don't know of any other way to be
Oh,
invisible.
no.
So
You asked
How-
Willow nicely.
How long does this last?
An hour.
Neat. I feel like I'm gonna miss him. Wait, math. That's a 13.
That is my AC.
So I hit him.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
All right. What's your unarmed strike damage?
A lot.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
It can be. What all does guidance apply to?
You can only
Guidance
use
is
it
only
once.
once.
Okay, then
yeah,
never mind.
You already used
Yeah.
it.
Okay, then. Never mind. Math. Oh. Max damage. It is 10 points.
As soon as it makes contact, he's gonna go huh, and like hit himself in the chest and pop a false life up, which is he's gonna add. What number is that? 7 points of of health to himself in like a. He goes like his skin like hollows out for a second and then pops back into life, and he only takes 3 points of damage, but he's gonna turn around, kind of hands up like this, like don't, with one clutched around his Bible, and it's just like, Claire, what is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, I only knew the way to break the spell was to hit something.
You
According
could have
to
hit a
Willow.
fence post or the side of the building.
But that could hurt me.
I'm glad that my bones don't particularly cause your knuckles any
No,
damage.
see, the key to it is it's always a hard to soft. So if it's a hard part of you, you hit a soft part of them. If it's a soft part of them, you use a hard part of you. Like,
Ma'am, I'm very bony.
yeah, but your kidneys ain't.
And he just kind of stands there like clutching them. Especially if you popped him in the kidneys. Are you kidding me? He's doubled over in half.
Claire, you don't hit
Claire,
the
that's what I'm
creature.
talking about. Come on, he's so just look at him. He's like a bird.
It's like
I'm
if you-
fine.
I mean, like a headbutt looks cool, but like if you're gonna hit somebody in the head, it's probably better that you use something like the palm because it's softer.
I am taking notes about this. It's helpful considering I don't do a lot of punching, but did you find out anything?
I could teach you how to punch if you want, preacher.
Maybe another time when I've recovered.
I feel like you've recovered. I feel like you are making it a bigger deal than it is at this point.
Willow's gonna open up and pull out a letter and like take a quill and just at the very top just write, "Days gone, Claire not hitting the preacher. 0." Pull it back up, put it in.
He's gone, not harassing the NPCs.
we got a whole tally. It's gonna be a full sheet before the end of this night.
So apparently that aura lady has heard about our disappearing town. Says that it was that Strathmore. The lots of folks died, and that something about the priest went insane about sacrificing to El Diablo.
Oh. Well,
Maybe like 5 to 6 years ago is when she was passing through. So happened before then.
And wouldn't it be after if she went through it? Did she see the damage herself?
She heard about it 5
Oh,
or 6
okay.
years ago, so it would have happened before then.
Seems like that would have.
This is a DM clarification. She was saying the last time she was in Strathmore when it was a functioning town was 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, okay.
so the rumor is recent.
The rumor. Okay.
Okay.
That was my misunderstanding.
I was somewhat unclear. You're totally fine.
Okay. Well, it seems that sending out those letters might not get us a response unless we get something suspicious from Strathmore. Might get something anyway, but
Yeah, that'd be something to do a comparison with. If not, we're about to get 2 letters of people with guns saying us an offer.
I'm certainly not intending to make a purchase, but one of you might, maybe Sylvie when she gets back.
Do we know where Strathmore is?
Did it ring the bell for anyone?
Everybody.
Would I have in my travels?
I think that there's a relatively decent chance. Unless any of you have a very specific reason you think you would have traveled north of Blackriver. I guess I will have everybody. I don't want to do history. I guess history is the closest to like geography. Yeah,
I only got a
history.
12.
11.
DM,
Yes.
could I make an argument for getting advantage on this because I would have traveled
Yes.
pretty
if you
much
feel like
everywhere?
you have traveled in this area. Yeah, roll with advantage. That's fine with me.
I have a -1 to history, so 7.
Whew.
I have a 0 to history. That's why I was like, that font is terrible. Okay, it's a 14.
Okay. Yeah, you. Well, let's see. All of you remember that the owl folk told you that most of these towns were north of Black River and that they were between here and Pepper Lake, which you know is up pretty far. Like up in the it's pretty far north, up along the mountain range. So you know it's kind of in that general vicinity. Claire, you have passed through Strathmore very, very, very briefly, or like kind of the next town over, but there were people from Strathmore who you might have associated with. So you kind of remember where it is, and you're like, yeah, okay.
During all of this, Willow is sitting and like trying to get a short rest in.
If you guys want a short rest, you can have a short rest. I'm sure it took 20 minutes. Well, okay, those of you who are actively doing things, Amity and Claire.
Willow's
yeah,
being
you were
lazy.
doing things. If Willow and if Willow and Mal would like a short rest, you're welcome to have one.
It's fine. The end of the short resting period is when I was damaged.
Yeah,
I will simply live with it.
True.
It's alright. I already healed. It's okay.
So all right, so Claire, you basically know where Strathmore is. Is this something you want to indicate to anybody, or is it just kind of your own personal?
I'll relay. Kind of where it is.
That's awful far north.
It's let's say it's 2 to 3 days ride north of here. You'd have to
It's
overnight
about
along
2
the
to
way.
3 days ride north of here.
Nikolai say there was a church.
At
In
the
the
end
town?
of at the end of the chunk of town that got missing, I guess. She said that the preacher was, well, wandering around in there, but
Well, do you think maybe if everyone said the preacher was insane, do you think he caused it, or do you think that was a symptom?
Might be the creature we have to end to stop some stuff. Or go right up north and investigate that little crater.
I'd rather not, well, take care of him. And it seemed that Nikolai had reason to believe that he was already gone, but we could speak to him if we needed to.
In what manner?
Yes.
I can have a short conversation
With a dead person?
as long as they are being put to rest, and I prefer that they be, well, laid to rest respectfully, but I can speak with him.
So don't set it on fire. Okay.
Well,
I mean, no, we have respectfully set bodies on fire as was
It's true.
requested.
that's true.
I prayed for them and everything.
But Claire, I'm
Good
very
prayer.
interested to see the habit of your prayers.
It was very good, Mal. Covered all the bases.
I'm very impressed.
I am a very impressive individual.
Humble to boot.
The most humble.
I think, well, if we are planning on going back out there, that perhaps we might want to look at those bodies like Vance said we should have.
Yeah, we don't have many options. We sent out the letters. We got the name of the town. Now pretty much all we have left as clues are find more dead bodies and figure out the brand, or go check out the church and see if the priest feels like talking. Which the priest is an awful long way away out in the desert.
Something about that's deeply unsettling to me, especially considering it was overrun with the undead.
And I'd much rather have all of us back together if we were to do that one.
Right. I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to stand around here and wait for more undead to trickle their way into town and scare the townsfolk.
I guess we could go back to the bridge and see if we can lure some in.
Yeah. Maybe Samuel has an idea of where more might be.
I'm a little bit keen to talk to the sheriff once
Mm-hmm.
bounty hunter lady is out of there.
That did seem to be the plan that we hadn't quite finished.
I would look to speak to him, yeah.
It is about this time that you see her leave his office, and she kind of nods over her shoulder and closes the door on the way out.
Claire tosses down her hand of cards and says, "Gin."
We weren't playing, although that is a very good gin hand. All right, you win. Willow will put her card down and poof, all the cards go. At least she's gonna try.
She does step over to you guys, kind of just nods, and she's like, I feel like I'm seeing you all over town today.
It's not a big town.
Yeah, it's like one road.
No, it's not. But do you just plan on hanging out in front of different storefronts all day?
Maybe.
At
Wanted to
some-
go talk to the sheriff, and it seemed rude to interrupt your meeting.
All right, you're right. You're right. I didn't mean to sound like I was accusing you of anything.
No
At
nonsense.
some point,
That's
I'm
clever.
probably gonna drink and punch somebody. So
So
Well, that sounds
full
like a
day.
good time.
do you want to try and punch me?
Uh,
If it sounds like a good idea or a good time.
Willow steps back,
Is that
5
a
steps.
request?
Mal joins her.
You know,
loops arms.
No, I was just. I do appreciate
Maybe-
challenges, and so if you were
Is it
eager,
challenges you want, or were you asking me to punch you in the face?
no,
I would certainly like
Punch
to
her!
see you try.
no.
I am not in the habit of punching random strangers in the face. I was asking if you were asking. Maybe you enjoy it. I don't
Are
know.
you asking if I'm in the habit of punching random strangers in the face? Because
No, I'm.
You absolutely are. I'm just gonna step between them and be like, she would like to try and like fight you formally if you're into that.
Well, it seems like it's a little early in the day to be.
Maybe
Throwing
after dinner,
hands.
everyone gets a nice base.
Sure, I don't have anything else
you
going
really
on.
shouldn't fight right after a meal. That's just like
Maybe
asking
it's
for trouble.
so like 7:30. Is that a good time to fight?
Are you setting up a time to fight?
Apparently.
Is there a bet on it?
Well, yeah, we're good. Yes, and I elbow Claire.
Yeah.
All right.
There will be betting. We'll come up with like a prize or something. Anyway, 7:30, and I just like push Claire towards the sheriff.
Well, I'm staying at the saloon, so maybe I'll see you then. I like a challenge once in a while.
Willow's gonna wait until Claire's like almost to the door. I'm like, you don't have to accept the offer if you do not want to fight her.
Oh, I'm not afraid of her.
I wasn't suggesting you were afraid. Just if you don't want to fight her.
I don't have anything else going on.
All right, well, she'll look forward to it. We'll see you there.
I'm getting that impression. And she'll head on her way.
Yes.
Is it common for people to fight each other in this town or in the area?
You've been here longer than me. I have no idea. This is the most brawling I've seen in the streets.
I'm from very south of here, and we usually just invite each other to dinner.
Well, I'm from the east, and well, honestly, there's just more stabbing or shooting in back alleys. But like, all this polite punching, I've never seen this before.
No, I've seen stabbing and shooting in back alleys.
Oh, okay.
That seems to be motivated not out of joy. I'm just wondering if tacos is a good alternative. Anyway, we should talk to the sheriff.
Would you two hurry up?
Tacos later, yes. She's gonna like kind of guide him to got dinner plans! Dinner and a show!
Mel is very excited at the concept.
You've heard of medieval times. Now consider cowboy times.
Honestly, though,
I would fuck with that.
I would too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody who's been to Tombstone, it exists.
I was gonna say, I believe that's called Tombstone, Arizona. All right, so you guys head into the sheriff's office. He's, as you expect, it's unsurprising to find him sort of sitting at his desk, just sort of writing in a notebook, more or less. He looks up when you come in and nods, and he's like, "Good morning."
Morning, Sheriff.
Willow's gonna quick glance. Are the wanted posters the same or are they different?
There are a couple of new ones.
Mm-hmm.
There are like 3 or 4 in addition to the ones that you've seen before that look a little newer.
Out of curiosity, do any of them look like people that run with Vance?
One of them does, yes.
Okay.
Are any of the new ones women?
One of them is. It is not the one who... Well, you don't have any way of knowing this. It is not the same one.
Willow's gonna look at all of them. Anything of interest or anything?
She can go through them.
And she's gonna like make it like she's bored and just kind of rifling, being an annoying child or something, where she's kind of rifling through the things. But she is definitely...
Yeah, so most of them are not super big bounties. There's no kind of like, mass killer, like 5,000 gold. Like there's no like super big, crazy, notable bounty. Most of them are middling to low, kind of.
Guess my retirement plans.
So there are 4 of them. Let me pull up a document. This looks like the end of DM. So there's one for someone named Franklin Ola. There's one for a name for someone known only as Filthy Dave. There is one for someone named Tony Ina, who seems to be associated with Filthy Dave. Seems like they might be a duo kind of wanted poster.
Tony.
And there's one of a kind of like middle-aged like a rather poor drawing actually of like a blonde woman with like a wart, but it is labeled as Scarlet Abernathy. But that's about it.
Thank you.
Which one is Vance associated?
The first one.
Okay. Is he like a Vance underling, or is he like he's been there for a while?
He's like super. You have seen him maybe a couple times at the church, and everyone else kind of treated him as like super low rung. The bounty is barely anything. It's real, just kind of like he held up a store, like.
Okay.
And they're all about 100, 200 gold, right?
So most of them are, like in the 1 to 200 range. Scarlet Abernathy is a little higher. It's around 600.
Dead or alive?
So all of these posters are alive, preferably. Nobody's spicy enough to be dead or alive.
Okay. On the playlist.
It's
Please
all
remind me
the
later.
same.
Somebody remind me later.
Okay.
God. All right, so Willow's checking out the wanted posters. What's everybody up to? The sheriff kind of nodded, said good morning.
Claire is gonna hang back, but she is watching the sheriff like a hawk during this time.
Malcolm.
Is it kind of openly abrasive, or is she kind of trying to like neutralize her
She's
demeanor?
being neutral and just like kind of taking it all in.
Okay. So she's just kind of hanging out by the door.
Mm-hmm.
Willow's being a snoop.
He kind of follows everybody around his office, but isn't particularly bothered by anybody's behavior.
I think Mal comes in and scritches Sandy and says, "Hey, Sheriff, we had a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. Seems like we're at a standstill in our search. But,
Sure, of course. Anything you need.
may I ask if..." And he inclines his head towards the door. "She might be something that any of us need to be worried about."
She shouldn't be, unless there's a standing, I don't know, price on any of your heads I should know about. She's not someone to be messed with, but she more or less abides by the law. I mean, her bread and butter is bounties. If you're not worth any money to her, she's not that interested. She knows a lot. She's a decent storyteller, decent drinker, but I don't know, she comes through once in a while.
Right. Well, it seems like there might be some honorable people that we're looking to protect, if you catch my drift. Seems like you might, too.
I
just wondering if
generally
we're
try to.
connecting the wrong dots here.
How confused does he look?
Not at all. He sort of puts down his pen and sort of leans back in his chair. I was just telling her how you four found the town in the desert. She was interested, but didn't seem to be following up on it. She mentioned she'd heard something about it. Well, as gossip, a rumor, she said folk are talking about some priest that went mad.
It's not something I particularly like hearing, but do you think it'll help us in what you've asked us to do?
It might, to be honest, if she's telling the truth. I mean, it plays out like a dime store novel. They say he fell in love with a woman, she died of, I don't know, some illness or something, and he decided to sacrifice the whole town to get her soul back.
Mal kind of breathes out, like, whew. Did you have any idea where that town might be, or anything about it that...
She said folk were saying it's Strathmore, that there's a big crater in the ground where the most of the town used to be. Some folk got out, but I don't think anybody's staying. I mean, it could all be bullshit. I've heard stories like that before, but I got a feeling this one's real.
Right. Well, any rumors about why it would end up in the middle of the desert?
No, I mean, they say the devil works in mysterious ways, I suppose.
I don't think that's how that goes.
No, I don't think so. I don't know. If someone did some kind of occult ceremony to sacrifice the town, I don't know. Maybe it got sent somewhere. Maybe there's something in the Badlands that wanted it. It's a guess. There are 1,000 other explanations, but there's a lot I don't know about what lives out there.
You think there's something powerful enough to want a town and call it to it?
There could be. Sometimes folks say that the Badlands are... I don't know, that they contain things, evil things. Some of it's bedtime stories, but I think we're all realizing there's a lot of bedtime stories that are maybe a little more real than we'd hope.
The more the word evil gets thrown around, the more inclined I am to believe that it's near sacrosanct out there.
I don't know. I don't go out there myself because the town folk are my business. And none of them live past the river. I don't have time to be fucking around in the desert. That's Nikolai's job.
Well, part of us we were considering, and he sort of inclines his head towards Willow. Perhaps we go and investigate them, but one of the pieces that Vance did give us was that maybe we need to look at the symbols on those bodies.
Couldn't hurt.
As an alternate to wandering out into the Badlands, do you have any idea, well, where we might find one, or...
Oh, the ghouls.
Yeah.
I don't know. You killed all the ones that were here.
Do we need to do that? Because don't we know what the symbol looks like?
Well, we know what it looks like, but when I threw... And this is just my meditating as I've been praying. I threw a prayer into the symbol that was underneath the river. And it glowed. I wonder if I need to throw a prayer into one of these bodies and see what comes out.
I don't know how far that's gonna get you. They're dead.
I believe very much in, well, trying to release anything negative or evil when I'm laying someone to rest, Sheriff. It's a theory. I'm more than happy to discard it if you feel it's entirely irrelevant, but that's my way to be.
Honestly, I hired all of you because I haven't been able to solve this myself. Well, or necessarily had the resources to chase down all the individual pieces of it at the very least. If you think throwing spells at a corpse is worth something, then suit yourself.
The alternative is that we go speak to a preacher, in my mind.
Meaning what?
Well, if that priest went crazy, Nikolai said that he was out there wandering in that chunk of town in the Badlands.
You mean there's a living person out there?
She seemed to suggest that he was not alive, but not necessarily dead.
And
could he also be the one raising the ghouls?
It's possible.
Or
That's a good
Are
idea,
those the
actually.
town folk.
I think they are the townsfolk, but that's a good idea that maybe he is the cause of it.
Well, if you think that's true, maybe it's worth looking into.
That's fair.
If you want me to go with you, I'm happy to, but maybe
We could
well, I was
set
gonna say
out
if you
In the morning.
yeah, you should set out in the morning for sure. I was gonna say if you are real nice to Nikolai, she might take you, but with what you did to Vance,
Yeah, I think that ship might have sailed.
I'd rather not lend any of them any more favors than I already have.
So we're gonna go
No.
investigate this Imhotep and find out about his Anaxunamun.
Oh my god.
Miss Dawson, this is not Egypt.
¿Qué dices?
It's a reference to a book about Egypt.
I thought you were speaking another language, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Well, she was kind of names.
Was,
Different language then.
you know, they serialized it into like 3 books. It really falls off after the second, though.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? That first one,
Yeah.
real good, but everything after that was a little.
I think they switched writers, but you know, it only costs like a nickel, so it's fine.
Something about a big scorpion with a man's torso on the front end of it. I don't know.
Amity, do you read? Like, novels?
Wow,
Often.
preacher!
No.
I mean, everyone likes like escapist literature, and sometimes it's just about a timeless romance. Thank you very much, preacher.
Are you
No,
a romance reader, Amity? Or
This
did you-
feels very personal. I was just
no
trying.
disrespect. I'm a reader myself, but it's a lot of adventure novels more than it is romance. I'm just curious.
I mean, there's not a ton of books out here. We probably all read the same 8 things.
Well, I get stuff in from Nora and Lottie. Like you say, serialized. It's mostly pulp, but
And then you put them in like the little free library, right? And
that's not a bad idea.
that's what I've been doing.
You're right, most of the books in town are at the schoolhouse for the kids or just things folks have. It's expensive and challenging to keep a big library out here. Folk have stuff.
We should work on that after this mystery resolves.
I will put a pin in the Freetown Library idea.
In the meantime,
Nice.
Although I don't think the
Municipal
little ones
things.
should be reading any romance novels.
I think they're rather good.
It depends on what age they're written for.
Not for children necessarily.
Oh, you mean the romance novels are good? Are you a romance reader?
I've read a lot of books. Anyway, I think we might need your help.
We are getting off track. I apologize. Yeah, I'm happy to help. I've got a few skills, I guess.
Like what, Sheriff?
What is it you're implying, Miss Dawson?
I would never imply implications, Sheriff.
Insight check.
On who?
Claire.
Okay.
I feel like the answer is
I know, yeah. I may need a roll for it. You had this.
It is. I would totally imply implications if.
All right.
The implications have been implicit.
I've been implied. Miss Dawson, I am talking business here. But I understand you have a sense of humor.
I mean, business and pleasure are not mutually exclusive, Sheriff.
Oh my good. Can we get back to the business at hand?
I think that would be wise. All right, so, well, whatever it is you all decide to do, I'm happy to help. Just give me a little bit of notice so I can get my horse saddled up, that kind of thing. But fortunately, there's not a lot else going on for me right now. I don't mind.
Well, did you have any idea whether it would just be the 4 of us tomorrow?
I got a feeling it'll be all 5. Well, actually, yeah, I think it'll be all 5. I had to think about it. I guess we'll find out. We'd manage one way or another.
Right. Well, if we could use your help, perhaps going to take care of this all the way out in the Badlands. I don't see any problem with using the extra hands, but if we don't need you, we could tell you in the morning.
I'm happy either way. It's up to you.
Do we have anything else that we need to do?
You tell me. Seems like talking to Vance wasn't exactly productive.
I'm giving him a couple of days to simmer.
Cool off. Probably wise. I don't even think he's here right now.
Oh?
I think he left.
Any idea where to?
I don't know, Las Vegas or some such. He goes sometimes.
Willow?
What? What?
Nothing. Did she react to that?
Oh, they were reacting.
Okay. I'm peering very close at location reacts for you.
What? Moi?
Yeah.
I am innocent. What the hell?
So we should head out bright and early. If you're planning on going all the way to the Badlands and all the way back in one day. If we have to camp, I don't mind. We should just know ahead of time.
I think we should
Gotta bring
plan or anticipate that we will be camping. That way we are prepared no matter what.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think it's worth bringing at least a day's water, food, maybe a bedroll, something of that sort.
Right.
I mean, at least like 3 days. That's just good survivalist stuff.
I don't want to spend more than 3 days away from home.
Well, I'm not trying to, but you're not going to bring 1 day of water into the desert. That's just foolish.
Oh.
She's right. I mean, we should, bring as much as you can carry that is comfortable to you and your horse.
Right. Okay. I'll take that advice. Thank you.
You're not much of a traveler, are you, preacher?
No, I'm really not.
You should
Okay.
ask all your friends to help you with your kit, I guess. Unless you need a little of my help.
No, I'm sure. Actually, Amity, if you don't mind, particularly.
You sure you don't want the sheriff's help?
There it is.
Everybody
I'm
pauses,
fairly
stares
sure.
at Claire, waits. Miss Dawson, do you have something you want to say about me and Mr. Sweet?
No, I'm perfectly content to imply implications in that regard.
That's why I'm asking if you got something you want to say.
No, I just think you're very cute together. And that maybe, Mal could use a hand with his preparations, sir.
Mel is incredibly red.
Miss Dawson, you've got a hell of a sense of humor. I think that maybe you should try turning it on some other topics for a while. Let him have a bit of a break. I don't think romance is really what he's looking for in Blackriver.
Just because you ain't looking for it doesn't mean you can't find it.
I'm trying to
Willow's
decide
gonna-
whether Mal leaves.
He just like kind of sighs. He like looks at Mal and he's like, "Is this what you deal with all day, every day?"
Unfortunately.
I am very sorry.
It could be worse.
Well, yeah, most things could be worse.
Thank you for your assistance either way. I suppose we will see you tomorrow, unless these ladies have anything else they need to ask for.
Claire's about to say
What happened?
anything. Willow's gonna do something.
I was just gonna invite him to the street fight later. It's at 7:30. Doing some light betting. Thanks, preacher sheriff. Bye.
He like raises his eyebrows. He's like,
They have scheduled a street fight.
"Can you just don't damage anything or kill anyone?"
I will make
That's
sure
why
no
it's in the
one-
street.
Yeah, which isn't that far from people and buildings.
Willow, you have a flair for it and have that big city organization. Do you mind putting up some proverbial velvet rope around a reasonable ring so that we can keep people out of the line of fire?
Please do not
I'm on it, preacher.
Please do not formalize fighting in my town.
So no posters?
Would you prefer I
No.
direct them towards the church? I don't really want to go back there and cause a fight. Bring...
I'd frankly rather you picked a piece of desert, but
We can pick a piece of desert.
officially I shouldn't even know about this.
Honestly, if we do set up a ring, I can most definitely keep it to that space.
I believe you, but you are asking a sheriff to officially sanction.
Sheriff, how would you
No,
like to
we
do
would-
dinner with me tonight on the other side of town?
I believe that I promised the lady tacos if I could be also invited.
Yes, the three of us tacos.
Wait,
and
we
you
having
promised to teach me how to do
tacos?
shooting.
Also, I have left this place and I am now like running past the other buildings, like thaumaturging inside. Oh, there's a fight tonight outside the saloon. 7:30.
He just like sighs again. He's like,
Tacos with me and the preacher. Can't say no.
Sure, fine. I can't stop you fighting, but please, please, please do not give me reason to have to arrest you.
Is that a yes for the tacos, or is he avoiding the tacos?
It is a yes for the tacos. At least then I have
Aw.
reasonable excuse to not see this nonsense.
Perfect, Sheriff. We will meet you at 7. Somewhere else.
Are you
No.
teaching her how to shoot? Are we
Yeah, well,
kind of nonsense?
I will gather some empty bottles and some ammunition.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
I can help you with that.
All right, then shooting lessons and tacos it is.
All right.
And I do not see or perceive you, Miss Dawson.
She's already like out the door.
She's like leaving, and he's like, I don't want to see you tonight.
I'm very stealthy. It's
After I
fine.
She smacks the top of the door as she leaves.
So is Claire kind of just, so Claire's stepping out right now. Amy's running down the street telling people about the prize fight.
Absolutely. I mean, I assume it's not that long a street. Like a brisk stroll and thaumaturging my voice inside of various buildings.
Claire, as you step outside, you do realize that Nikolai is watching you from across the street, and she's kind of just leaning on a post and makes very direct eye contact. But before we come back to that, do the rest of you have anything that you are saying to the sheriff?
Yeah. I think Mal would hang back for a second and go, oh, so we did send those letters to the other towns at the recommendation of the Nora and Lottie. I asked the mail carrier, Max, I believe his name was, if I could borrow a book from you, from him. He said it was yours. Did you have any other books I could potentially borrow?
Yeah, I got a lot if you want.
I haven't read for some months, but I think I would appreciate one to keep my mind off things.
Yeah, all right. What's your preference?
You got adventure?
Adventure. I got plenty of those. You like space, Wild West, I don't know, global traveling, underwater. I don't know. You know how it is.
Anything with...
Or you want me to just pick a favorite?
Space sounds interesting, but pick a favorite.
All right. He gets up from his desk and heads up a small set of stairs into the upstairs of this building, which you can reasonably assume is where he lives. So he's just heads up real quick. He'll take a minute or two to pick something, but he'll come back down pretty quickly and hand it over to you.
Thank you. I will let you know what I think when I return it, if you'd like.
Yeah, you might as well. I like this one a lot.
Excited for it. I believe that gentleman said no to me borrowing it because he thought that I worked for Vance.
Most of the folk in town do.
That's unfortunate, I think.
Well, he kind of looks at Willow and looks at Mal in a kind of like, should we be talking about this?
Making the point, Willow will leave. See you later, bye!
I'll be right out.
Shuts the door.
I didn't mean to kick her out.
I didn't either.
I forgot I was there.
He kind of, tucks the pieces of hair that have fallen out of his ponytail back behind his ear.
You know how you arrived here, Mal. People saw you.
I know.
Of course they're gonna talk if they don't have a better explanation for it.
Well, now I'm around a woman who fights things in open air, another one who seems to be the lonely witch that lives in the desert, and an incredibly fashionable, very kind woman who seems to also have some kind of magic that is Vance associated. So I guess I'm wondering how I'm supposed to repair that reputation in the current state that I'm in. If you have advice, I just wonder.
I don't think you're gonna like my advice. I think you'd be better off worrying a little less about what people thought of you. You do enough kind things in this town, people will catch on.
I think you're right, Sheriff. Anyway, maybe that starts tomorrow.
What do you mean starts tomorrow?
Well, we have a bunch of goals to figure out. Hopefully that gets, this town a little safer.
I hope so too.
Thank you, Samuel. Got reading to do.
Enjoy.
I'll see you in a bit for dinner. Can't keep them waiting for too long. Bye.
Apparently so. He'll kind of wave.
Bless.
Have a good afternoon.
He steps outside and runs directly into Willow.
Yep.
Hi.
So,
Hi.
Just a little, like 5 or 10 minute rewind. Claire has just exited and realized that Nikolai is standing across the street, kind of leaning there, arms crossed, and like kind of gives her the like look and nod.
Seeing that Amedee's already off running around briskly doing witch lady shit, will walk kind of over to Nikolai.
Claire, you causing
Nikolai.
trouble again?
No, I am doing my best to be an upstanding citizen.
I'm glad to hear it. Do you mind if we have a word?
Just one? Better be a good word then.
You like doing that, don't you? Trying to throw people off.
I feel like I succeed a lot of the time.
I never said you didn't. But you like turning questions around on other people so that you don't have to talk about yourself.
It is a habit, I suppose.
It's useful when you use it right. But if all you're doing is scattershot, stabbing at other people in the dark, well, you're not going to make any friends that way.
What good are friends?
In my experience, not very much. But it's worth trying anyway. I'm not really worried about your friends, Claire, but I did want to talk to you. I wanted to give you a warning more than anything.
This is where you're
So
gonna
do you
tell me
mind?
to watch myself with Big Bad Horn Boy?
I don't need to tell you that, Claire. But no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this road you're sending yourself down, there's nothing at the end of it. And take it from me. I get it.
What are you implying?
I'm saying that I understand. It's easier, isn't it, sometimes? Hitting things, drinking, doing anything you can not to feel the things that you feel. But it's not going to make it go away. You keep doing this, you're gonna get yourself killed. And maybe you don't think you care. But when your blood's leaking out onto the sand, maybe you will.
Been there, done that.
Sorry, what was that?
It's a been there, done that.
I know that too. And so have I.
Why do you care?
That's a good question, to be honest. Maybe I just see someone who reminds me of myself.
I'll take it into consideration.
I hope you do. I hope you find something that's actually worth fighting for.
That's not the problem, is it?
Isn't it? If you're so busy doing things just to destroy yourself, if you don't have a purpose or something you're trying to accomplish, then what's the point? But hey, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. You tell me.
What if you thought you had things to fight for, but they didn't want you?
Sometimes you give up everything you have because you think it's worth it. And in the end, it isn't. And sure, sometimes maybe you lie there on the ground and you go, maybe it would be better off if I was dead. Maybe it's not worth it. But if you find something else, something new, I don't know, I like to think it was worth it in the end for me. I can't tell you what to do with your life. But I think it's a damn fucking shame if you just give up.
I think Claire would get a bit more uncomfortable and would probably be like I said, I'll take your words into consideration. But I gotta go prepare for a fight if you don't mind.
She sort of nods and she says, good luck with your prize fight. And she walks away.
Claire will go in the opposite direction.
And with that, I think we are going to end the session. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I hope you had a wonderful time. I cannot wait to play until next week. As a reminder for anybody who wasn't here at the very beginning of the stream, we play this game every 2 weeks on Thursdays, which means that our next game is going to be October 7th, followed by October 21st. So, let's do shout-outs, starting with Kyola.
Hi, I am Kai or Stephanie and Kyola Cosplay on the things and the stuff, and I live here on this channel. Thank you.
And Vicious Frockery.
Hi, I am Vic or Vicious Frockery. I make things on Twitter and Instagram and all over the place. I also live here, and I'm trying slowly to get my life together so that I can show things on social media. I have a Loki preview happening tomorrow, so please go ahead and check that out. So, yeah, watch Jesse stream on Friday. And Darkness Rising next Friday.
There you go. Bedonia Talik.
Hi, Amber, Bedonia Talik. I don't ever leave. Also live here. Yay! Dusty streams tomorrow. Otherwise, see you Monday for Laurelwind.
There you go. I might do another art stream tomorrow. Okay,
Ooh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna go, and then I'll let Jess go last, and then she can do the closing.
Great.
Everything. So, hello everybody. I am Dusty, or Elegant Feather Duster. I have been your DM this evening, and hopefully for the foreseeable future. Yeehaw. You can find me places like Instagram, where I am Elegant Feather Duster, and I am slowly trickling out some Dragon Con stuff. I also need to organize a bunch of posts. It's just how it is. I'm on Twitter as Elegant Feather because there's a character limit, and I am here on Twitch, Elegant Feather Duster. I often stream video games, but I had a lot of fun doing that art stream last week, and I might do that again tomorrow. I might work on some Laurelwind art. So if you're a fan of our Laurelwind show, or even if you just like this channel, like, come hang out with me, talk about D&D, ask me questions about my TTRPG characters. And now I'm going to kick it over to Dr. Psych Owl
Hi.
to do the closer.
I'm Dr. Psych Owl. You can find me pretty much everywhere as Dr. Psych Owl except for Twitter, where I'm Dr. Psych Owl TV. I live here. I live here. This is if I'm working or I'm here.
I
So
should have said I live here. I'm the odd man out now.
yeah. I live here. Watch
You
Dusty's
escaped.
stream on Friday. It's have we mentioned our birthday, all that fun stuff? That
We have
like,
not mentioned our birthday.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
yeah.
I forgot about that. Hey, y'all. Okay, it is almost Gut Punch's birthday in less than 2 weeks. So we have a giveaway running of a bunch of really freaking cool stuff, a lot of which is Viking themed. And you should go on Twitter to find out how to win, or you can check out Instagram or Facebook for details about how to get lots of different entries for that. There are a bunch of different ways you can win. You can even earn a bonus entry. If you do all the other things, you have an even better chance of winning. And it's totally free. So come be cool and follow our social medias and hang out with us and celebrate our birthday. There's like a super cool graphic covered in clip art.
Art.
It's art. It is
Yeah,
truly art.
it is
I
art.
actually I really love Punchy with the little
Me too.
Yeah.
It makes me
Yeah.
very happy.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And I found us somebody to raid because this is super cool because she normally doesn't stream at this time. So we're gonna raid Cypher of Tyr. Yes. So go share some punchy love and whatnot and say hi and be nice and all that fun stuff. So we will see you on Monday for Laurelwind and then again on Friday for Darkness Rising, which is only one episode in. And we should have our full cast next week. So you'll get introduced to 2 new characters.
Also, please appreciate my shirt. Stream, I'm demanding you appreciate my shirt because
Yes.
it's cool.
That's
Look
nice.
at that shirt.
Now we can raid.
All right.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna raid. We love you all. We'll see you. Wait, we cannot raid this channel. Oh,
Oh, they lied.
dang.
No.
Yeah.
I
That's
believe that Robert is streaming.
okay. We'll go for Robert.
So is Critical Bard.
I wonder,
Yeah, Critical Bard is streaming.
We've done Robert recently, so let's do Critical Bard.
All
See
right.
if
Nice.
he has it up. Because yeah. Nope. Cannot.
All right.
Captain Robert it is.
If you would like to follow the streamers, please do. They're wonderful.
They're
people.
wonderful.
They're very good people.
and there are reasons we cannot read them. So, yeah. So
They're keeping themselves safe. Yeah.
exactly, which we love and respect. So
Yeah. They need to be safe. So
go say
Okay.
hi to Captain Robert, and we'll see you on Monday. Love you. Bye.